Hello and welcome to the Shea Hates Everything Podcast, where two brothers argue about video games and other shit that matters. My name is Shea, and today I hate the pressure to play other games than the game I'm playing.
And my name is Kyle, and today I hate credit card interest rates.
Reasonable.
Yes.
A little more impactful than my, self-imposed guilt to, play other stuff.
I feel like they flow into each other, right? Like, the pressure to play other games means you're buying those games, which could run you afoul of credit card interest rates.
You know what? That is totally reasonable, actually. That makes a lot of sense.
Wow, I said something reasonable for once.
Yeah, but hey everybody, super excited about this episode. We've got a lot of stuff to chat about, video games, primarily. We've also got a fun new game called We'd Probably Forget That Game, which we teased on the last podcast, I think it was.
Yeah.
Because it was way too long to play that game. Yeah. So we're going to play it now instead.
We didn't forget it this time.
We've got a bunch of news to cover. We'll be talking through the big October game releases and revealing our October Game Club game for those that want to play along. And then a fan favorite segment will be making its return, which I'll leave at that. We'll cover some emails, and then we have a big announcement at the end of the podcast for those. Yeah, for folks that are patient enough to stick around to the end. Something very fun, very cool, and just think of this podcast as the flagship podcast. And I'll leave it at that.
Oh,
and then we'll come back at the end. Yeah.
We need I feel like this so far we have the energy of an on-air radio show, but we don't have the mixer with all the sound effects. Oh, so it's just you and I doing bad versions of those. I'm not even kidding. I have considered not like the bad, radio DJ with the spoink kind of sound effects, but because I know streamers use those things a lot. They'll use to trigger a meme or a GIF or some kind of sound effect while they're streaming. And I have thought about, ways to add a little more production to this podcast, because we don't do a lot. We've got our intro, outro music, but we don't have a lot of segment transitions. And so I was thinking of creative ways of maybe implementing that. I haven't done anything about it because I'm lazy as hell. But that did come to my mind is, what if I bought a mix board and then I could have those things on live? My favorite fantasy football podcast, the Fantasy Footballers, they do that. One of the dudes on there, he's a musician, so he writes a guitar riff for every segment. And so they always play that drop, and they have, whenever there's a funny nickname they gave a player, whenever they mention the name, they play a little drop for the player's name and the nickname things. And it adds a lot of production to it. And so that's me setting up that I'm not going to do that, but I have thought of that. And wow.
That's 20% of it.
How
right?
exciting for the listeners. We have
maybe one day.
Yeah,
this is one day.
This is not an announcement. This is just a fart that leaked out of Shay's head the other day, and here we are.
Yeah, well, you brought it. You put my mind on it,
right?
And on a podcast, things that come to my mind generally I'm going to say because hashtag content. So that's how we ended up there.
Yeah, my brain farted and your brain smelled it.
Oh man, love that. Great analogy. Fantastic. But yeah, so as I mentioned, a ton of things to chat about. What do you say we just we dive in? No, way less preamble here. We're only 4 minutes in. We usually don't get to the games until 16, 17 minutes.
Yeah.
So what do you say we just fucking do it?
Can we do that? I feel like people don't pay attention until we hit the 15-minute mark.
Yeah,
they start the podcast and then they go get McDonald's and come back.
Yeah, and they're going to be looking at the channel, there are the chapters with the timestamps, and wait a minute, what? They started talking about a video game at 5 minutes in?
I think they forgot the 1 in front of the 5.
Right. But let's do it, because we're going to be talking about this game for probably a minute.
Right.
Our September Game Club game,
Yay.
Which, for those that missed last month, we delayed the podcast a week so that we could spend more time talking about Starfield on the podcast. And then we also decided to make it our September Game Club game because we both knew that that's mostly what we were going to be doing. And why force ourselves to do something else? So let's talk a lot about Starfield again.
Okay. Do you have a big initial like knockdown drag out thing you want to like bring up to kick this off, or
a Starfield hot take, bro?
Yeah.
My Starfield hot take, which last episode, as I was 10-ish hours in, I was like, I'm not super into it yet, but I know I'm going to get there, and I want to play more because I'm excited to get there. I'm excited to fall in love with Starfield.
Totally.
I'm still not that far. I probably 20 to 24 hours, which is a long time, but I'm still like barely scratching the surface in terms of like the main and faction quest lines.
Okay.
I can say with some authority that I'm not going to fall in love with Starfield. I am having a good time. I don't think this is that great of a game. The things I like about it are the same things I've liked about every Bethesda game, so it's not new and fresh. And all of the new stuff they've put in the game is tedious or poorly implemented or half-baked, like most of the new things that Bethesda introduces in their games. So this is like the most Bethesda game I have played, and I'm a little afraid of how I will feel about the next Bethesda game. That's my hot take, which is not a hot take at all. I feel like that's a pretty normal, lukewarm take on Starfield.
That's fucking wild to me, because I completely agree.
Yes.
It's my least favorite one of the Bethesda, like of the big Bethesda open world RPG, like Fallout 3, New Vegas, 4, Oblivion, Skyrim.
Well, I think New Vegas doesn't count, but yeah.
Yeah. But I think it's my least favorite of those.
I just had that realization as you said that, and I agree with you. It is my least favorite Bethesda game.
Doesn't that feel fucking bad?
It feels quite bad. And again, like it's the Shea Hates Everything podcast. We tend to focus on a lot of the criticism stuff. That's just our style.
But we love these games. And we really love these games. If there's a mark to coin a wrestling term, if there's a mark for these games, it's us.
Yeah. It is, but I bring that up to qualify. This is not a bad video game.
No.
I think this is a good video game. I do not think it's a great video game.
Right.
And that, in and of itself, is wildly disappointing. Skyrim, depending on the day, I can list Skyrim as my favorite game of all time. Fallout 3 is in my top 20. I loved Fallout. I was a huge Fallout 4 apologist.
Me too.
Oblivion isn't as much of my favorite, but that's your favorite, right?
It was my first one, and there's just something about your first Bethesda RPG that
sure.
There's just something about it that it's hard to top it. But yeah, Oblivion is definitely I love the world. I think the tone of Oblivion is just perfect. It is ideal and perfect. It's bad in a lot of other ways, but it is the world that I want to spend time in the most out of all their games.
The ways in which it is bad are forgivable because of the era in which it released.
Yeah, of course.
Like you can't judge Oblivion by today's game development standards because that's completely unfair. As we talk about this, all of it is filtered through the rose-tinted glasses of playing these games when they came out. And fuck it, not even playing them last year, where I put 100 hours into Skyrim and Fallout 4 combined over the last year.
Yeah.
So yes, I do not think that Starfield is a great video game. I am, in many of the authored story quests, I am having a fantastic time. I think a lot of the writing is very strong. I really like a lot of the characters. I think the shooting generally, I think we talked about this a little bit last time. The shooting generally feels the best in a Bethesda game, but I miss having another element like that from Fallout. It makes it feel very straightforward because there's nothing really new. I do know, spoilers for Starfield, pause for effect, very small spoiler, I do know that you unlock superpowers, which I have not gotten to yet.
They showed a character using it at the end of one of their trailers or whatever, but yeah.
they feel like like I've seen a force lift and a force push power. I have not gotten those yet, so maybe just that little thing, like the shouts from Skyrim,
that's what it is.
Add an extra element that helps solve my problem, but by and large, it's just you're just shooting dudes, which there is nothing wrong with that. Shooting dudes is one of the most fun things you can do in a video game, but it's missing an extra level of engagement. I'm not finding the jetpack stuff to be that fun during combat because there isn't a mechanic to slow down time or to do X and Y.
Yeah.
Because like when you jetpack, it's hard to aim and aim down sights when you're doing that. So that it just, I don't know. It's feeling pretty straightforward for me.
I agree. I think the combat has more possibility, but they just didn't quite get there in terms of making it tight enough where all that stuff really works, right? And like sometimes the environments are not are not conducive to like how your character is built, and that can be really frustrating. I love aesthetically. I fucking love Starfield. It looks incredible. I love how they like the NASA punk style that they've gone with. I think it looks really nice, even while it looks bad. If that like from a fidelity standpoint, it can look pretty bad sometimes. But I love the aesthetics of it. I don't give a shit about the world or the universe, or I don't care about the factions. I don't care about these individual worlds or these groups. Like it just, none of it matters to me. Like it just, none of that stuff has clicked with me. And I've beaten the game, so I beat it, and I did some stuff after you beat it to mess around with it because I heard there were some cool things there. And kind of came away from it like, yeah, that is cool, but that's not how I engage with these games, and so I'm not that interested in kind of going down that road. And I know there are other cool things if you continue down that road. I just don't want to spend time in that universe because like I don't care about the groups of the factions that are going on, and there are so many annoyances layered on top of its systems.
Yeah,
that it pushes me away from it. I mean, like I will say, I played 80 hours of Starfield. Like, that's a good chunk of time. that's not too bad. It's not much for me for a Bethesda game, but like that's a good chunk of time. I'm at the point now where I'm not going back to it until I do a modded playthrough. Which
I think that's a fantastic approach, and honestly, with the level of mods that I've already seen in Starfield, it's not gonna be that long until, like, if you wait 9 months, there will be enough amazing mods to make it feel like a completely fresh experience.
Right. Like so, last episode I talked about how I was excited to build an outpost because I wanted to create a museum of all the items in the game.
Yeah,
I was like, I wanted to be able to like walk into a room where there are mannequins and you can see all the different armor types and it looks awesome. Because like throughout the game, you find these cool glass cases with mannequins in them, and they look fucking awesome. Like you can open the cases and then loot the mannequins. You can't get those cases in the Outpost builder. They have just normal mannequins, or they have a display case that's really tall like that houses a mannequin, but there's no mannequin in it, so when you put an item in it, it just impotently sits at the bottom of this really tall glass case. And also the glass cases are too tall to put in most of your like single height hab units. So it's like there's only one kind of hab unit that you can actually put that case down in. It's not well thought out, or like it's like people designed all these things in a vacuum and didn't talk to each other.
Yeah, it didn't talk to each other. That's horrible.
It's not good. And there's an outpost limit of 6 mannequins per outpost. So like I can't even put them like. It's like just fucking and like there's the outpost build limit back from Fallout, even though they know like one of the most downloaded mods for Fallout 4 is the infinite build limit. Like just take the training wheels off, like have a warning message pop up that says, hey, if you put too much stuff in your outpost, you might suffer from decreased performance because the game wasn't meant to render all this stuff. Have fun. And in this one they're just like, no, you're not allowed to do that. over and over and over again. No, you're not allowed to do that. You can't do that.
That's so annoying.
Yeah, and building the outpost, unless you're building on a perfectly flat surface, is just a fucking nightmare.
Is it still the Snap 2 shit from Fallout 4? That was a big concern I had about that.
It is only Snap 2 shit.
Why?
There's
it's like they ignored the fact that mods existed for that game.
I know. So you can place stuff wherever you want, but in order for the hab units to connect, they have to snap because there's airlocks between them. So like
that's fair.
Yes, like that stuff has to snap. Like the other stuff doesn't. Obviously, like you can place. But when I'm talking about like building out habs, it snaps to certain whatever. But it's not easy to rotate when it's snapped to like get it to face a different way. And you can't really play with height at all. If you're not building on a perfectly level surface, the tolerance for building a hab unit, because it generates a foundation underneath it to like support it from beneath.
I see.
And if it's like 10 feet off the ground in one corner of the hab unit, nah, bro, that's too tall. That's just you can't build here. That's too tall.
But it will at least like auto generate like a cement block underneath it to adjust for the varying heights of the terrain to some extent.
Correct. It is a very tiny extent. It really doesn't give you a whole lot to play with there. So, build on flat terrain is my suggestion.
I was so looking forward to that. And
it's
I also
a bummer.
read is the base building like pretty late game that you've learned that?
You can do it like whenever. It takes a lot of tutorialize
it.
So because I never got a tutorial for it.
Great.
I didn't do all of the factions. I only did a couple of the factions, so maybe that's hidden behind a different faction.
Okay.
Or a different side quest that I did not finish, because I had a lot of quests that I could have gone and done, but at that point I was like, you know what? I'll see the story through and see what's going on here. So I never got a tutorial for the outpost stuff.
So with the with the main quest and whatnot, I know like you mentioned that the things they introduced after you beat it didn't really incentivize you to stick around.
Right.
Do you think that that's worth it? Because I'm trying to avoid spoilers. I've seen that like if you beat the game, there are reasons to continue along after, and if you beat the game, there are reasons to start a new game plus. And I'm like trying to figure out to what pace I should play this game. Do you have an opinion on that without spoiling it?
My opinion is, and this is divergent from a lot of other people's opinions, but my opinion is don't beat the game until you're going to be done with it, because I think the new game plus stuff, while interesting, is not where you're going to want to spend a lot of time.
Okay.
I think it's better to have your one world, like universe or whatever, that you go into and you do everything you want to do, and then you finish the story, and then do like kind of like what I did, is kind of mess around with that new game plus stuff and see what it is, and then kind of get an idea for it, and then kind of let that decide if you're willing to kind of push ahead with it or not. But I would get everything you can out of it on this first playthrough, which is different from what I've heard other people say, which is why I left off doing all the quests in my journal to like go do the story. I really liked the story, and I liked the ending a lot, and kind of the mechanisms and the structure of the ending. I don't need to keep going.
Yeah. Oh, like talking about it bums me out. And like we've been texting back and forth as we've been playing and stuff. And like it bums me out because when I sit and think about it, I'm like not that into this. But when I'm playing it, I'm having a good time.
Yeah.
The systems in the game are very, very tedious. The menus are horrible. Like
Star UI, baby. The day after the game released, Star UI, the people who made Sky UI for Skyrim, they released their thing. Dude,
hell yeah.
I don't know if you've seen it on Nexus mods, but like it basically makes your inventory a completely customizable Excel spreadsheet where you can see all the stats for all the items. It adds icons next to them, and you can group them and do all this. It's crazy. And there's another mod that eliminates all of the animation between menu screens, like loading, unloading, switching screens. There's a mod that eliminates those animations, so it's all really snappy and doesn't take forever. And then there's mods that make the title screen big titty anime girls. There are those mods too.
Of course,
no judgment from me.
Mods for every audience.
Yeah.
No, I think like the biggest frustrations for me in the menus is just the tediousness, like how many levels deep the menus go.
Totally.
And so like I know you can
to the point
at least
where
on
like
Xbox,
you'll be in a menu and there's a button that you have to hold to just back out of all the menus because they know you don't want to back out individually one step at a time. It's like Jesus Christ, guys. How is this the solution you came to? Was just like an abort button. Because like I'm in too deep. I gotta get out. Like the fucking picking up the phone in the Matrix.
But then, like, the other part of it is primarily about the, like, the Starfield navigation, actual, like, space exploration.
Yeah. Because
going into this and starting out with the ship combat, which I mentioned last episode, like, I was like, the ship combat, I don't think is very good.
No.
I'm not, like, even giving me a more powerful ship that's faster, like, it doesn't feel like this is going to be fun. The good news is, you essentially do none of that unless you choose to, or you get jumped by someone when you land somewhere. Because I don't fly my ship ever. I
pretty much
land on a planet. Like when I take off from a planet, you go to the Starfield. I open up my menu for the like the universe map. I go to my missions select. I select the mission that I want to go to, the planet that would be as part of the mission, and you can just launch to that planet from that menu.
From the quest menu,
and that's it. Yep. And like you do the same thing when you're in a star system, going from like planet to planet. You just open up the map, click on the planet, and quote unquote fast travel. And like you have to, I have to take a couple pics off of my shield to put it in my grav drive to jump, which is useless and stupid for me to have to do that.
Yeah.
But realism. But it's like I never fly my ship. And I'm glad about that because flying your ship isn't fun.
Right.
But then what the fuck is the point of having all of this?
Exactly.
I'm not saying that they needed to do what No Man's Sky did and allow you to like in real time land and take off and explore the universe. That's not the kind of game they're trying to make. That is totally fine. But then what? Then this system shouldn't be in the game at all. It adds nothing.
Yeah,
and they have all this ship customization.
Like, there just aren't that many interesting things in space for you to interact with your ship. Like
there's almost nothing.
Like if there was like a mining laser you could equip on your ship and go mine asteroids for materials instead of going down to the planet, so that way like people who want to engage with the ship stuff have more reason to stay in their ship and do that. Like it and there's just not anything to, like you're never in space unless there's like a space station you have to comm chat with for like 5 seconds and then dock with
and like
it.
Yeah, you have to dock with
and
it.
That's
like,
it.
Or dude, like give us reasons, like discoverability in space.
Yeah.
Like I'm thinking fucking Star Wars Episode 1. Like what, or Episode 2, like what if you get you hear a random rumor of, there's this like weird gravity well out in this general area of space. And so you go there and you discover a planet that isn't on the map that you wouldn't have been able to find unless you went and explored that zone. Right. How fucking cool would that be? But there's none of that shit. At least I haven't seen any of it.
Yeah, I didn't get to talk to Master Cypher DS once.
You get like Dez to help you out. How big your pocketbook is.
Well, guess what, Dex? It's not very big because my weight capacity in this game is a fucking problem.
Oh my lord. But hey, thank you for telling me about the base building because I've been keeping resources on my ship for the base building, and I'm gonna fucking get rid of them all.
Dude, that's
because I don't need them.
That ended up being the only reason I made an outpost was so that I could make huge cargo containers to offload my shit into. And dude, don't get me started on the fucking contraband system. Like,
it was so annoying. I found some like human body parts that were worth like 35 grand, and then I was stupid and flew to Jemison and got arrested
because you forget you have them.
Yeah.
And like and when you're like, either only check me when I have contraband to engage with the system, or never check me at all. Because like when I don't have contraband and I try to like auto fly to a system through the quest menu, and then they like bring you in like, gotta scan your ship, and you have to sit there for 5 seconds to go back into the map screen, scroll around the planet to find the point of interest you want, then click on it, and then hold the button to land there, and then it has to go through another loading screen just because the game wanted to force you to engage with its scan mechanic is so annoying. I stopped picking up contraband because I was like boycotting the entire system.
Yeah. Well, because like you can get your whatever lead shielded cargo, or once you find something, you can just go straight to Aquila City or a place that doesn't care so much.
Yeah, there's a system called Wolf, and on Wolf there's a moon that has a space station orbiting it, and that space station, there's a trade guy from like the Trade Commission, whatever his name, whatever their faction's called. And he buys stolen stuff. So anytime I found contraband early on, I would just warp to Wolf, and I would have to like make myself remember to do it before doing anything else, because you never know when a system is going to be like, oh, you can't bring that in here, you're going to jail. And then if you either give it up and go to jail and lose all the stolen stuff in your inventory as well, and like get your ship impounded and all this other stupid bullshit you have to put up with, or you fucking jet the fuck out of there, and then you have a bounty that you have to pay off, but the game doesn't tell you where any of the fucking terminals are to pay off your bounty, so you have to like try and find one.
There's one on whatever New Atlantis, I'm already forgetting all the names, in the like coffee house where you recruit all the spacers.
But they tend to be in places where you would be hunted for the bounty, you know what I mean? So I eventually just built one on my outpost off in a moon in an unexplored system. So I could just fucking go to my outpost and pay my bounty, because I didn't know where the fuck any of the other terminals were.
Yeah, like that's a smart solution.
One of my biggest problems with Starfield is you have no way to find anything unless it's a quest. You don't have a way to know where anything is.
You just have to remember.
Yeah, and like, it's a big game. There's a lot of places to go, and some of them look the same and some of them don't, and who the fuck knows?
Let me tell you about all the places you can go. There's fucking nothing there. Yeah. Like, there is no reason to explore on the planets. Yeah. There's no reason to go to a random planet and land, because they're all procedurally generated with procedurally generated points of interest. And like I wrote down that it reminds me of Mass Effect 1, of landing on a planet on Mass Effect 1 and then opening up the map and saying, oh, there are 3 little things for me to go, 3 question marks for me to go see. And then you go to those, and in Mass Effect, some of those like open up a cool quest, or at least like an interesting combat scenario. In Starfield, that like never happens. There were multiple instances where like I started down what seemed like it was going to be a cool little mini quest, and then there's no resolution. And that happened 2 different times. Where there was one time where I went in and I found it was a Varoon old Varoon base, which is like the sort of religious zealot faction. Yeah. And I went and killed a bunch of dudes and was looking through, and there were a bunch of dead scientists everywhere. I was trying to figure out what was going on. They had a little pit in the middle of the spot with like a bunch of corpses in there, and there was like this weird kind of gooey, sinewy stuff. And then I saw a little notebook about like making offerings, and I was like, oh shit, like what's going on here? There's this big area at the end. Like, did they awaken some beast, or like are they worshiping a terramorph boss that I'm gonna fight? And then I get to the end, and it's just like a little medical room with a note in there of like, we checked on this scientist and he died, which was weird, and we opened him up and found a bunch of like slugs inside. Oh well. And that was it.
Great.
I was like, okay, cool. Like, no real ending to that. And there was another one where I found this like old science base. They're all old science bases, by the way. Everything you find is an old science base.
Yeah.
A deserted one. And I went, and it was like covered in ice, and so I couldn't get in the doors because the computers were down because they were frozen. So I had to like break through this wall of ice in order to get in, and I felt really smart because I discovered it. And then, like, you know, you kill a couple of random aliens and things that are in there, and there's a little note about, like, oh man, no one's coming for us, are they? Guess we're gonna die. And that's it. And when those things happened in Skyrim or in Fallout, it was fine, because those were the additional things you were randomly discovering as you were exploring the rest of the world, as you were progressing and walking to the next quest marker.
Right.
I found a random cave. I go inside and kill a bear and get a shield. Great. But the problem is they have these essentially meaningless Radiant quests on these planets that you only find if you go out of your way to find them.
Right.
You're not going to find any of these on your way to somewhere else because you're flying from planet to planet. Like, they don't add anything of value to the game except more content. And this game doesn't need more content.
No. it really doesn't. I could have easily gotten over 100 hours out of my save, like, to go do all the faction quests and stuff. I could have easily gotten over 100 hours out of it. You don't need more than that. You know what I mean?
And you know, dude, you know what else? Speaking of the Mass Effect analogy here, the thing that made the Mass Effect stuff more tolerable was that you were driving a freaking, like, moon
cool ship. Yeah.
Which,
apparently,
you know, the Mako was horrendous, but, like, this game needs land vehicles.
Yeah, apparently Starfield only has spaceships, and that's the only vehicle.
Wheels have not been invented in this universe.
No.
Only, like, fucking grav boosters.
I was also... So, I went to Earth, and I went to... there's, like, a scientist thing on Earth, where it's supposed to be, like, Earth is, like, long abandoned in this universe. So I was expecting all the stuff to be, like, hundreds of years old, like, way outdated tech kind of stuff. I was, like, excited to see some new art assets. And they just use all of the, like, stuff that looks brand new that's in every other science base. And I was like, This makes no sense. Because, like, these logs I'm finding are dated, like, hundreds of years prior. And, like, all the stuff just looks the same. I was like, they didn't even generate new assets for it, which, like, I get, right? Like, I get why you wouldn't, but also it breaks my immersion.
Right.
But Starfield's pretty fun.
I know, it's so tough. That's what I'm saying.
So
talking about it makes me angry because it's so... I only focus on the negatives because this game is such a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
But I am having fun.
And, like,
I would much rather be playing Starfield than recording this fucking podcast right now. I promise you that. And yet I'm not... And yet I'm like... I was going to say I'm not having that much fun, but I am. I am having fun. It's just... It's all, like... filtered through this disappointment that I feel. Yeah. And that almost is worse.
It's almost worse.
It'd be so much better if this game sucked. Yeah, right? Then I just put it on the shelf.
And not have to play it. Yeah. Instead, it keeps dragging you back to this pit of disappointment. I really enjoy the shipbuilding, but it's like... So I thought you were going to be able to, like, design the interior of your ship as well. But the interiors of all the ship parts are... pre-designed based on the manufacturer of the part that you choose. And so, like, some modules for ships will have extra storage crates in them where you can dump some stuff. Some don't. And, like, I kind of just want to be able to build a storage crate like I do on the Outpost in my ship somewhere, so I can just start putting extra shit in there, right? Like, it... And, like, I don't necessarily like the... So, all right, so I did this thing where I was trying to make the ship look like an attractive form factor while having these, like, big, bulky cargo holds on it. And so, like, I was building out all these extra modules in the middle, because I was like, oh, yeah, like, make it, like, a big series of corridors and hallways and extra floors in the middle. It'll feel, like, really big, and it'll look cool. But, like, they all just kind of look the same, and then the ones on the sides are all just, like, closets full of junk. And they're all, like, the same collection of junk. And then, even though I placed things, like, on top of each other and linked them the right way or whatever, there was only ever one ladder that would go up to the next level. And I didn't really get to determine where that ladder was generated, if that makes sense. because like I was on some ships where like there's one central ladder and it goes up like 4 decks. Mm-hmm. My ship, it ended up, and I couldn't get it to not do this. My ship ended up like there's one ladder from the bottom to the one level, then you have to walk 2 halves down and one to the right, and then go up another ladder and then make your way to the bridge. And it's just like, motherfucker, I'm building a ship. Let me put the fucking ladders in. Anyways,
yeah, that is frustrating.
It was really frustrating.
I haven't been on a ship that's that big yet. I did. So one of my most fun moments in this game, and Kyle, I already told you this story via text, but one of my most fun moments actually came from randomly exploring. So I assumed that the random content on Jemison, which is where New Atlantis, is that right? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
On that's the planet that New Atlantis is on, which is the first big hub city you visit. I assumed that the randomized content on that planet wouldn't actually be randomized. It would be more authored, and that stuff would be worth exploring more.
Joke's on you.
However, while I was exploring, I randomly came across this group of like, I think they're called Eclipse Raiders, which is funny because there's an enemy faction in Mass Effect called Eclipse.
Oh, like, yeah, you're
guys.
right.
I know,
that's funny.
I know it's space, but like, let's be a little more creative.
You're right.
I came across a big group of raiders. I freaking torched them all. They were being attacked by these like flying creatures as well. So I wiped everything out. And as I'm exploring, I see a ship sitting there in the base. And I was like, oh, snap. And it was much bigger than the ship that you're given at the beginning of the game. And I was like, oh, shit, dude. Like, I'm going to get this ship. So I went inside. There were a bunch of dudes inside, so I had to kill them all. And I stole their ship and landed and claimed it as my own. And that was super fun because I discovered the ship out in the world. It's not, like, it doesn't have that great of offensive capabilities, but it's got, it's big. I can fit 4 crew members on there, which is, I had already recruited somebody before I even knew what that meant, because of course I did. So I had a spot for him actually on this new ship, and I got to bring on the robot guy onto my ship, and my adoring fan. I got to have everybody there. So it was worth it. And that was super fun. But then, like, I am not flying the ship ever. So what's the fucking point?
Yeah. I did a faction quest, a quest line, and finished it. And one of my rewards for that quest line was a new ship. Like a super souped up, sweet ass fucking ride, man. This shit was fly. Literally. In space.
Oh.
Yeah. And oh man, I'm still mad about it. I couldn't fly it because I wasn't rated as a pilot through my skills to be able to fly that class of ship. So they're just like, I guess we'll hold on to it for you until you can fly the ship. I was like, this is awful. This feels terrible.
That's horrible.
And it's not like 1 or 2 skill points. It's like a lot of skill points you gotta pump in there.
Yeah.
And I hadn't been putting anything into that because I wasn't flying the ships.
Worth it. Yeah. I dumped some skills in there early on like the targeting, and I think I put one in there to like maybe increase my storage capacity, which that makes sense. But like, yeah, I had dumped a couple of points in the ship part early on, and then once I discovered, I was like, oh fuck, like this is a very small part of the game. Yeah. I have not been dumping points into that at all. So knowing that there are ships out there, that really cool ships that I won't be able to fucking fly, that's so frustrating.
It is.
Like, it makes sense to level gate content in a game where you are leveling up automatically to get that content. Like Borderlands. You will find a weapon in Borderlands that is really cool. Oh, it's 3 levels above where I am now. But in 3 levels, I can use that no matter what. It's different when you have to put perk points
it's like,
in order to be able to use something.
It's like, man, the next 4 levels have to go into this thing. And you don't level up that often in Starfield.
Right. And there's a limited amount of points that you're ever going to get.
Right. And so it's like there's a lot of other stuff that I want to be putting my points into. But in order to just fly this ship that I got for putting these hours in on this quest line, like finishing this faction
That's horrible.
I'm still so mad.
That sucks.
It really sucks. And so, like, when I beat the game, I still had a quest. Go pick up your ship.
Oh, man.
It's like, I fucking can't. I saved the universe.
So bad.
I saved the universe, and I can't fly the ship.
Ugh. Okay. Well, before I move on, I do want to say a couple of other positives.
It's a fun game.
A couple other positive anecdotes before we move on. I'll say I enjoy the structure of the quests and how many of them have optional things to do.
Yes.
Have like multiple different ways of progressing, choices. We talked about the example last time that was on New Atlantis of like, do you want to side with the corpos? You just want to side with the working woman, and that really changes how you engage in the rest of the quest.
Yeah, there's good and bad there because it's very explicit about what your options are. Which is good. It's also bad because it's like, well,
it kind of spoils. Yeah.
Well, yeah. It spoils it a little bit, but also it's like I have a really cool idea for doing something else, and if it's not listed in the quest, it's just not gonna work. Like it's like oh, this person told me they've been stealing from whatever. I should just go to the cops and rat them out. That's not a fucking option, dude. Like,
right.
You know what I mean? So that it's good and bad, like that they show it to you. Bad because A, it spoils it, and B, it like it shows you kind of what your limits are, and that can be a bad thing.
That's fair. Yeah, it's not Baldur's Gate 3 in that way,
correct,
where you can just like purely be creative in how you solve the problems. I do think that maybe how it's displayed is not the best solution, but the fact that there are more options and there is more diversity in that, I think is a net positive.
Yeah, way more in this than in any other Bethesda game, that's for sure.
Yes. I also generally like the persuasion minigame. I wish that it was a little less straightforward, but I like that it's there. I like that it's you have to input things versus something like Skyrim or Fallout where like it's just a skill check that happens behind the scenes and it's like, a die roll that you're not exposed to. That always felt kind of frustrating. With this actually like making choices and doing the math as you're trying to persuade is nice.
Yeah, I do like it. It's very buggy. Oh,
really?
Spoiler alert, I save scummed. Because that's how I do. And there would be times where I would load and I would get different options or like reduced options. So like that's not a bug. It is random. Oh, okay. Cuz sometimes I would load in and I'd be like, I have a +1, a +2, a +3, and a +5. Other times I'd load in, all I have is a +5.
Yeah, like I have noticed that, but it is random.
Okay.
Yeah, that is a feature, not a bug.
Interesting.
And I understand how that could be frustrating, but unfortunately, that is by design. On the other side, the lockpicking is fucking horrible. It's so tedious. I hate it.
I liked it the first like 5 or 6 times I did it, and then I was like, oh, I have to do this.
I'm gonna have to do this
all
forever.
The time. Hey, guess what? There's a mod for that.
Of course there is. And like I have intentionally, because I put in points to be able to do advanced locks, and I've done them enough that I'm like, I'm not putting points to be able to do expert or master because I don't want to have to do an even harder version of this fucking minigame.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna skip those chests. I don't care. I'm just not gonna do them.
Yeah. And like there are interesting mechanics around that. Like you can spend some points and get like you can bank auto hack attempts where I haven't done that. So I would save my banking auto hacks for when I would do expert or master level, and I would do the first one.
So it unlocks a level of it.
Well, it places one, and like each level might have multiple. So it'll do the first option, and from there it's usually like, okay, that narrowed it down enough that I should be able to get this figured out without having to like back out or whatever.
Yeah, I guess it's not that useful.
I know it's not that useful. Because in like other Bethesda games, like you would be able to level up your lockpicking and like auto attempt a full lockpick.
Sure.
In this, boy, that would be real nice if you could. Because turns out, sometimes they just lock shit, and like the only thing that's in there is a fucking packet of milk, like fucking space milk, and not even the fun blue space milk either, just fucking milk.
that part of it is also weird. Like finding all of this, like I found an alien casserole with a bunch of like fucking tentacles in it, and then also there is celery. It's like what are we doing here?
Yeah.
I'll also say I think that the creature diversity is fun, and it actually reminds me of No Man's Sky and how I'm sure they have like templates to mix and match the parts together.
Totally.
I think that stuff's generally cool.
Yeah.
What is horrible is that it's just a bunch of humans everywhere.
I know.
And like, look, I know it would have taken a ton more effort to design and implement other types of humanoid aliens or whatever it might be, but it makes the universe feel much smaller.
Yeah, it's just not the kind of sci-fi they were going for.
Yeah, and I feel like that kind of sci-fi is objectively lame. Because what's the point? why are we in space if we're not finding new shit?
It's just humans being shitty over a lot more of the universe.
Yeah, it's just humans being shitty to other humans. But the grass is blue. Like, who cares?
Like, Rick is still a fucking asshole. Yeah, so what? The grass is blue.
Just because he's 50 light years away. But in closing, my final positive experience, shooting an enemy's jetpack and watching them scoot off into the air and then it explodes. That's fun. That's
never not fun. Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice. I like that.
Me too.
So there's your positivity about Starfield. I'm gonna play a fuck ton more of this game.
Yeah, you better not loot that guy's body that exploded because you will be over encumbered and have a bad time.
You're probably right.
But it was fun.
You're
shooting him.
Right. Hey, here's a bonus positive. The weapon designs are mostly
really cool. Yeah.
So some of them are a little straightforward and a little like homogenized, but overall I really like, especially the laser weapons all look pretty cool.
Yeah. Have you gotten one of those like laser Gatling guns yet? Where
I was given one.
The sight is like a grid of blue dots or whatever.
Yes, I was given one from a quest. I have not used
that
it.
Thing.
I didn't have much ammo for it.
Fucking wrecks, bro. It is so good.
Maybe I'll give that to Sarah and give her one ammo because she gets to use infinite ammo.
Yeah.
I've been traveling around with Barrett a little bit because I just recruited him. I just did his quest and recruited him.
Marlene.
He's a good time. Yeah, I like his. I like his vibe. Sarah, she's a little uptight for my tastes.
Yeah, but that booty though.
Oh yeah, dude. Like she's because I also met. What's the chick from Neon with the dark hair?
Oh, Alejandra.
Yeah, but like they hard pronounce the J. It's weird.
Oh,
anyway, that character I just met as well, and I'm not a big fan of hers. She feels like they tried to make her Drax from Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
Where it's kind of funny because she takes everything literally. And I'm just like, yeah, I get it. But like, I've seen that a bunch already before.
Yeah.
Damn it, I went negative again. Hey, the game isn't... this is the least buggy Bethesda game by a very, very large order of magnitude.
Yeah, I didn't have a lot of problems cause now that
I've got little ones.
Now that
like
I know
little
the dialogue thing wasn't a bug.
Yeah, like I'll get little like character animations are a little wonky.
People inside of
one where like like that kind of little stuff will happen, and it's a bummer when it does. It's immersion breaking, but also it's not that big of a deal. I haven't had anything significant. And 20 plus hours, I feel like that's pretty good for a Bethesda game. So
yeah, I didn't have anything where I needed to like reload a save, like progression blocking. I didn't have anything like that.
Yeah. So there's Starfield. We'll probably do, because I'm going to be playing this game over like the next 4 to 6 months probably. So maybe we'll do like a little Shea's Starfield check-in for 5 minutes in future months. But
okay. That's
probably the last deep dive, because it sounds like you're pretty much done with that game, at least for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eye on the mod community. Like, I want to... Like, there are some mods, they already have mods for like eliminating the build limit and stuff for outposts and all that. But like... I want to see if anyone makes a mod where you can customize the inside of your ship, or like asset packs for the outposts and stuff like that. And
that stuff's probably going to take much longer.
I know,
to release.
So I'm kind of keeping my eye out for that stuff. I resubscribed to MXR on YouTube, who does.
I just subscribed to him today.
That's hilarious because he used to do weekly Skyrim mods and Fallout mods updates on like what mods released given that week. He's been off for a little while, but with the release of Starfield, he started uploading again. Which he's he's the one who says like he's obsessed with the game being immersive.
Yes,
is how he says it, which is a lot of fun. He's a character. He's not for everyone. Let's say that
he is not for everyone. That's originally why I kind of stopped watching, because
he's a little his content, old school with his commentary and
yeah, he's pretty misogynist.
Yes,
you can just
misogynist. That's the word I was looking for. Yes, he is pretty misogynist with his content. He does it with the lens of it being humorous or whatever, but I don't love it.
Yeah, and I mean his once Skyrim and Fallout and stuff got a little long on the tooth, he pivoted pretty heavily into the like big booby mod kind of style, not safe for work mod style, because those are the things that got views, and that also was when I was like, all right, I'm gonna check out of this. Like, I get it, don't get me wrong, I get it, but I don't need to be watching those videos. Right? Like, I'm not. This is not for me.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just subscribed to him today, and I don't even play this game on PC, but I want to see the mods. Like, that is exciting. So
yeah, well, because ideally those come to the console version at
who knows? Maybe I'll get like a whole gig of mod space. I can download like 6, maybe even 7 mods.
You might be able to download half a mod.
I can't wait. All right, so that's Starfield. Like I said we were going to talk about Starfield for a while, and what do you know, we did. But hey, it was our September Game Club game. It's justified.
Yeah.
Let's move on here. There's another quite a large game that just came out, or an update / DLC to a pretty widely regarded game, Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty. You and I have talked about this.
Mm-hmm.
My problem with starting Phantom Liberty, I have 2 problems. The first problem with starting Phantom Liberty is that if I play Phantom Liberty, I'm going to want to start a new character because it's been a while. They do the 2.0 updates with all the new perk trees and police and all this new shit that's in the game. I'm going to want to see all of it. And then the second problem is, if I create a new character in Cyberpunk, that will be the end of Starfield.
Yeah.
Cyberpunk is a better game than Starfield is. Taking the technical shit out. But just as a video game, it is a better game than Starfield.
It is.
And once I start that, that's the end of it. So I have to wait until I'm done with Starfield to play it.
Fortunately for me, I beat Starfield. So I've been playing Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty.
Hey, is it better than Starfield?
Yeah, it fucking is, dude. In like most ways. It doesn't. It's interesting. It does not scratch the same itch. Not all of the same itches that Starfield does. Like, Starfield for me is about picking everything up. And boy, howdy, do I love to pick everything up, even with the encumbrance problem or whatever. Cyberpunk is not that kind of a game.
Right.
It just, man, because I was one of the few people who really liked it even when it first released. Now, I played on PC, so I didn't have the PlayStation console issues that a lot of folks had. I just didn't run into that many bugs when I played it, and I played all the way through it. I beat it, had a great time with it, set it down, and said, I might come back to this some other time and play a different kind of character. And then they announced a Phantom Liberty was coming out. I was like, okay, I'll wait till that comes out. That'll be the time that I play it. And now here I am. And it's fucking Cyberpunk is so good, dude. It's so still good. It is better than it was, but it's still so good.
It's the immersion.
That's what so good at it.
It might be the most immersive game I have ever played.
Immersive.
I mean, and it's and it's not necessarily a fair comparison to every video game ever, because not every video game is trying to be immersive in this way. But when you think of like a first-person RPG, I feel so much more immersed in the Cyberpunk world than I do in any other. And I don't care about I can't pick everything up. There isn't as much like diversity in the types of quests or things that I'm doing, and the gunplay isn't that deep. I've seen plenty of montages of people going super crazy on all this cool combat shit, but that's like it's self-imposed skill ceilings that they're putting. Like the game is not hard at all. But it's that immersion. It's just, I drove everywhere in that game. Yeah. I walked around the city. I sat and just looked at things.
That's what I was going to say. That I have not fast tracked. I've been playing this now for 12 hours. I started a brand new character, so I'm not at the Phantom Liberty content yet. I've just been messing around with the base game in the 2.0 to kind of see how it is. It like the new skill stuff. It makes so much more sense now, and everything like just works. Like the systems,
it just works.
And the systems work together in a way that maybe they didn't gel as well at launch. And I think like a lot of the inventory redesigns, the fact that the clothing doesn't have stats associated with it anymore, so you can do the fashion stuff. All your like defense and those stats are built up from like the cyberware, which has really been expanded, which is a lot cooler. It is a really, really good time. And it's like, because what I wanted from Starfield was immersing myself in a world and wanting to spend time there. I didn't get that from Starfield. So like, I'm so grateful that I'm playing Cyberpunk right now, because that like spot on scratched that itch for me. And I'm just having so much fun walking around. Like, why would I want to fast travel when I could drive somewhere and fucking like, see some crazy like gonked out fucking gangbanger dudes like beating on some poor fool, and I hop off my cool ass fucking ninja motorcycle and then just fucking pop them all in the head once, or like overload their cybernetics and make them fucking explode. Oh man, just deliver swift street justice. You know what I mean, bro?
I know what you mean. We can't talk about this game anymore.
Oh man,
because I just want to go play it now, and I don't want to play. It makes me this actually makes me not want to play Starfield. All I want to do is play Starfield, except for Cyberpunk.
Yeah,
no, but like, so are you playing a different character, like a different kind of character?
Totally, yeah. I'm playing like a huge fucking asshole, and so before I started like on the outside the city, whatever that starting point is, whatever the origin is, and this one I did Corpo. Like I get very different dialogue options that pop up now and then, which is neat. And also like I have this personal narrative of like I was fucked over by Arasaka Industries, and so like I'm trying to get one over on them is my motivation for like going against them and trying to fuck them over. Like I'm trying to like get revenge on them in a way that before it was like just gotta take down the corpse, bro. For me it's like, yeah, they fucking screwed me over and fired me, so I'm gonna nail their asses to the wall. Kind of it's a different character motivation, and it's very freeing to like be an asshole to everybody except for Judy, because I'm playing as a female character this time, so Judy should be romanceable.
I was gonna ask that, so you're gonna do the Judy romance, because that's my biggest.
I did the other chick.
Pan Am.
I did Pan Am first playthrough.
Pan Am is bae.
Yeah, Pan Am's fucking goated.
The sex scene in the tank is like the hottest sex scene in a video game.
It is maybe...
It's ridiculous.
It's maybe my favorite thing I've done in a video game in the past like 15 years. It's so fucking funny. Oh man,
my issue, because I
like my mouth was like agape the entire time. It was how dumb and amazing it was. So fucking great, so great.
Awestruck by tank sex. That's some like Armored Core 6 shit for real.
Yeah, it makes me think of the giant bomb meme. Hey Drew, fuck that tank. Jeff, they're playing that like anime tank datings game, like where the tanks turn into hot anime girls. And
I have not seen this, but you better believe I'm gonna look it up.
And Jeff just looks over at Drew and is like, "Hey Drew, fuck that tank."
Oh man, so good. No, but in my mind, because I did the Street Kid whatever background in the first game. Is Street Kid from Starfield or Cyberpunk?
No, that is Cyberpunk. So there are three. There's whatever the outside one is, the Street Kid and the Corpo.
The name of it sounded like Starfield, but yeah, I did the Street Kid, and like all these games on my first playthrough, I like to do sort of like morally gray, where like
sure.
My justification is like I have a good heart, but I'll do the bad thing if I have to.
Yeah,
that's kind of how I play those games, which ends up like I kind of end up in the middle on everything, and it's hard for me to break that up because I don't want to be a super good guy because that's boring, but I also don't want to be a total bad guy on a second playthrough because I feel bad. My problem is I wanted to do a female character so that I could romance Judy and see that, but I want to play Phantom Liberty as like my core dude. I don't want to be like an asshole chick in Phantom Liberty because I want to be like my morally gray character. Yeah, and that's my struggle.
That's fine. Because honestly, though, if you were to try to play the asshole, you just end up like reversing course back into the middle anyways. Like I find myself almost doing that every time. I have to like force myself like, no. I am going to be an asshole here just to see what happens. And usually, it's all right, we're going to fucking fight now because like, you're an asshole.
That's why I liked in Mass Effect 2 the like Renegade and Paragon quick trigger options. Yeah. Because if you're playing a Renegade, like it forces you to be an asshole. You have to do it without thinking about it. But yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to do a female character as well. Because I also I want to do a jack of all trades because I want to experiment with all of the things. Yeah. But I feel like I need to pick a specialization if I'm going to do another one. And I'm tempted to doing more of a melee. I'm tempted to doing more of a melee build, like a quick ninja, like a hacker ninja kind of build. I did the thing which I often do in these games, where I start out doing a lot of stealthy shit, and then I get bored doing stealthy shit. Okay. So then I just run in guns blazing.
Well, so here's the fun thing about Cyberpunk 2.0 is at any time you can completely respec your character.
Oh, dope.
At any fucking time.
That's pretty sweet.
It is. Yes, it is. It's pretty sweet.
Well, that's awesome. That gives me a lot less fear about like diving back in and ended up doing a specialization that I don't think is that much fun.
Yeah, no, you can completely redo all your shit.
Well, I'm very excited to replay Cyberpunk.
You should
have an excuse to replay Cyberpunk, and I'm also really excited about Phantom Liberty.
I remember, so when the game launched, I remember the driving feeling like really bad. Like I felt like the car was gonna like fly off the road at any moment, and it was like really slippery and like didn't control well, which made me fast travel a little more because like, man, I want to drive around the city, but the driving just doesn't feel good. They did something to the vehicles because like they feel like pretty standard game driving.
They might have already had patched that because my experience, and because I played a couple of hours when it launched and it was literally unplayable on PS4. Right. I came back to it over a year later and like the PS5 upgrade. It? Okay. When I got like the free PS5 upgrade, and my memory is that the driving felt pretty good. Okay. Depending on the car, it could be slippery, but that's
well, and if it's like raining or whatever.
Right. So I think that
rain.
May have. So that I don't know that that's a 2.0 thing. That might have been before that.
Yeah, maybe.
Cyberpunk.
And like, dude, I love Keanu Reeves. I fucking love Keanu Reeves. He's just chewing the scenery and he's just like barely giving you anything, and I love it. I love Keanu.
That's great. Well, we'll definitely have to talk through the actual Phantom Liberty stuff once you get to it as well, because I'm excited to hear about that.
Yes.
How about tell me about this other game here that is out, and then I can jump in with some stuff.
Okay, yeah. So I dipped my toes into Lies of P, which is a Souls-like set in the Pinocchio universe, a steampunk Pinocchio gothic universe. I didn't like it. It is all right, so in terms of it being a Souls-like, it is definitely one of those, but I had a hard time, like mechanically it's different than a FromSoft Souls game in that they really expect you to parry and dodge, because there are certain attacks that can't be blocked, they have to be dodged. Certain attacks that can't be dodged, they have to be parried. And so like they force you to engage with those systems, and I'm not good at parrying in games aside from Ghost of Tsushima because that's really forgiving. But like I'm just not good at parrying in games, so I never got the feeling for it down. And by the time I ended up at the first boss, I hadn't been playing that long, and so I just like beat my head against the first boss like 10 or 15 times and just could not get it. And I was like, you know what? I don't give a fuck about this. I don't like none of it feels as good as a FromSoft game. I don't. It's a novel concept, but I don't care about the universe. I don't care about playing as Timothée Chalamet.
You know, it's not actually him,
I know,
right?
but it is. But it is.
But everyone says that to the point where it feels like people have actually convinced themselves. I mean, that he's like the voice actor.
Maybe if you're a fucking idiot, then yeah, you could believe that. But
have you been on the internet lately? There are a lot of fucking idiots.
I try not to. You know what? I try not to.
Yeah.
I didn't like it that much. It didn't grip me. I tried a couple of different weapons. I was trying like the big, slow, heavy weapon because I thought that would be fun, and that didn't really gel with me. And so I tried a couple of the other ones, and nothing really clicked. And I was like, am I gonna play this? Like, I didn't buy this game. It's on Game Pass, so therefore I have no monetary investment to keep playing. So I think I'm done, and so I stopped playing it.
Yeah.
Now, one of my friends is playing it, and well, two of my friends are playing it, and they are both very into it. They like it a lot, but both of their take is like, yeah, I wish it was a FromSoft game because it would be just that little bit better in terms of like tightness and quality. But yeah, so I mean, it seems like if you have Game Pass and you like those kinds of games, obviously give it a shot because you might like it.
Yeah,
but
no reason to not try.
Yeah, but especially if you play FromSoft games and you like to like parry and riposte and like fast agile builds, I think this game would probably be a little bit more up your alley than mine. So I don't know, I think that's all I have to say about Lies of P. That's probably it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I am realizing that I wrote Dead Space on the list of games that I played. I did play Dead Space for 45 minutes. I think it might have been the day after we recorded the last podcast. I played for like 45 minutes because I didn't want to lose momentum in it. Like I didn't want to just completely go Starfield and then like forget how to play this video game.
How'd that go for you?
But then that was the last time I played Dead Space. So I have not played Dead Space in like 3 weeks. I don't have anything to add about Dead Space. And now remembering that I had been playing Dead Space makes me a little afraid that it's going to be hard to go back to playing Dead Space.
You should. We'll the remake is so good, man.
Oh, yeah. Nothing about the game.
Right,
it's purely just... And I will go back to it because I do want to play it. It's just... All I have been doing is playing Starfield and Pokemon Violet. I am probably... not 2/3, but close to 2/3 through the game. I think I've got 4 badges. And then there are the, like, Titan Mega Boss Pokemon. And I think I've beaten 4 out of 5 of those. And then they're like the Team Star, which are like the bad guy teams, and they have bases that you take down. And I believe I've done 3 of 5 of those. Okay. So yeah, halfway, 2/3 of the way through the game. My dudes are like upper 30s. It's still not a good video game. I think like the stuff that's starting to wear on me in particular is like the pacing of the like how you interact with the game. So, like, the dialogue, I moved it to fast text, right? Like we always do. But between, like, screen to screen of when it loads the text boxes, it's just, like, an extra fraction of a second longer than it should be or needs to be. Whenever you do a turn that has multiples, like, if you do, like, bullet seed, your guy will, like, shoot the seeds and then pause. And then shoot it's like an extra fraction of a second longer than you want it to be. Yeah. And then on the opposite side, the Pokeballs, when you throw a Pokeball, for every Pokemon game ever in all of time, you would throw the Pokeball would go in, it goes shake, 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 click. Right?
Yeah.
Like that pace, that tension builds. And this, it's like that you throw it, it goes inside, it goes shake, 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 click, and there's no tension. It doesn't build it up, so it feels very unsatisfying.
You don't even have enough time to wonder if it'll happen or not.
Is it going to work or not? You don't have enough time to be mashing B because you think somehow that's going to help.
Fucking cowards,
like we always
bro.
did as kids.
Cowards.
Like it just so the pacing, it just feels off from what it should be like for a good user experience kind of thing. And so that's like that stuff's starting to grate on me as I continue to get deeper and deeper in the game. The Team Star stuff where you're taking on these bases, there's like a side story where it's actually kind of funny. The director of the school that you were attending, he kind of puts you out on this mission to go check into like the Team Star because there are a bunch of students who quit the school. They're whatever the phrase is of kids that quit school. There's like a term for that. But he like sends you out to check it out, and you're going through these bases, and the first time you go to one, this dude shows up with this like faux hawk, and it's very obviously the director of the school in disguise. And you even have like dialogue options to be like, oh, director, is that you? And when you select it, he's like, I don't know what you mean. My name's Clive. Because I think it's like Director Clavel is his name. He's like, what do you mean? My name's Clive. I'm just another student helping you out. And it's very cringy, but it's charming in a way that the Pokemon games often are with their characters. But then the actual Team Star storyline, that now that I'm a little deeper, it's about like bullying, and the kids quit school because they were being bullied. And then Team Star was formed, like the 5 leaders formed Team Star to fight back against the bullies. And so it has this like morally gray kind of attitude to it.
Okay.
But it's delivered in the like 10-year-old friendly tone of Pokemon games. Where like everyone's smiling all the time. So they're talking about this like kind of serious issue in like a everything's great. Just be happy and all your problems will go away.
Hey, you know trench warfare from World War I?
It's very incongruous, and I hate it. It's really bothering me.
Yeah,
because I want, like, you play as a child. Like, you are a child in this game, and I want to be like, this impacts me. I want to learn more about the bullying problems. And meanwhile, Clive is like, oh, bullying, that seems weird. Here, let's go to the next base. We'll figure it out. It's like, wait a minute. Like, is he the bully? Is he the actual bad guy? That would be a twist. That would be a fun twist.
There you go.
So anyway, that's Pokemon Violet. I'm grinding my way through catching them all, which not literally all, but I'm well over 200 Pokemon now, including like making dudes evolve and stuff. So that part of it's fun. I still get that like turn my brain off monotonous enjoyment out of just grinding out levels.
Okay.
So yeah, that's all I've been playing. Starfield and Pokemon Violet
and 45
minutes of Dead Space. I'll do better next month, I promise.
Hey, I surprised myself because like I finished my time with Starfield pretty quickly after the last podcast. So I have had a bunch of time to play stuff. So I have a few more things here. The first of which is Witchfire. The Witchfire is a video game that released in early access on the Epic Game Store, exclusive while it is in early access. I think after it's supposed to go like 1.0 within a year, and at that point it will be available on other storefronts. It is a roguelike first-person shooter. Roguelike or roguelite? Roguelite. Yes, roguelite.
I don't know the difference.
So roguelite.
All these terms have been bastardized.
A roguelike is something that is like very specifically constructed like the game Rogue. A roguelite is a game that has some of the things from Rogue, but then adds other systems and mechanics on top of it, and kind of has a little bit more liberty at it. Anyway, so Witchfire, like, you have a hub world that you kind of reside in. That's like your safe space where you go to upgrade things with Witchfire as the currency. and you can research new weapons and spells and items and upgrade materials to upgrade those weapons, spells, and items. You can set your loadout there. You can craft potions, healing elixirs over there. And as the early access develops, you'll probably be able to do more things there. But then you hop through a portal, and the portal takes you across like kind of a body of water to another landmass, and shit's really bad over there. Like, shit's really bad over on the other landmass. Like, if the other landmass could just be more like this, like, old, broken down, like, church area that you reside in, where it's nice and safe, that'd be great. It's not like that at all. There's a lot of things that want to kill you over there. It's run based in that every time you go over to the other landmass, it's kind of this open. You have a choice of 5 different areas that you unlock as you progress through it. The first area, like, they're all sandbox areas, so like you'll come in on a random point in that sandbox, and the landscape doesn't change, but where the enemies spawn, where items spawn, different events will trigger, traps will trigger. Those are always different depending on the run. So basically you go through the portal, you go over there, you try and find some treasure, you kill some enemies to get some Witchfire, you try to extract out of a portal once you have enough, or before you die, hopefully, and then you go back and you use all the stuff that you brought back to upgrade your character. When you upgrade your character or your items or whatever, when you level up, spend your Witchfire, I'm sorry, I skipped an important detail. There's a witch you're trying to kill as like the final boss, and she has her minions, one guardian of each area that you have to kill before you can get to her. Her familiars you're trying to kill to get to her.
Okay.
So it's like basically like 4 or 5 sub bosses and then the main witch boss at the end. She will sense that you have grown more powerful, and she will decide to throw more powerful things against you. So as you level up and allocate your points on your various stats and stuff to get small increases and buffs here and there, she's like throwing new types of enemies at you. New bad events will happen. Sometimes good events, but almost rarely. But it's usually just like new ways to make your life fucking miserable over when you're over there. Like to the point where like the first time I went, there are so the map is really cool. The map's like a hand-drawn kind of like medieval style painted aesthetic. Map looks really cool. And like I said, the terrain doesn't change, but the location of things do. And so you'll see icons where all these things are once you load in. So it's never really much of a mystery as to like what is in the map, because you see all the icons. Now the icons could mean different things, but you at least get a general idea of like, hey, this area has a cluster of a lot of shit. I shouldn't go there until I've been here for a little bit, have like collected some things to get some run only buffs that will go away once I portal out, and then I can tackle the big area, right? So like there'll be like a skull for a dangerous area, a skull with horns for a highly dangerous area, and a skull with like huge demon horns for like, this area is fucking really bad, dude, don't go here, these enemies are really tough. And like that's where like the most powerful versions of the enemies will be. The game kind of fucking rips, dude. It like it's really cool. It's really hard, but it's also very rewarding, because I feel like every time I escape with stuff, I feel like I've won a victory, and the game's really good at like making that feel like it matters. So the way the progression works is you're gathering Witchfire to level up your character, and that like it starts out being like, oh, it's like 3,000 Witchfire to level up your character, and then it's like 4,000, and it goes all the way up to 10,000, and then the amount that it goes up decreases. So like it's like big jumps from 3 to 10 every time you level up, and then once you hit 10,000, it's like really small jumps after that, just kind of as a way to be like, hey, this number is still attainable, but yes, it is going to go up every time. It's just not going to be like crazy anymore, like crazy jumps. So like that part's nice. trying to think. Oh yeah, and weapons, how you upgrade each weapon has 3 tiers. So you unlock a weapon through research, which is research happens when you're just spending time over on the other island. The research time clock is ticking, and you get back, you can then claim the item that was being researched. So like, let's say it's a new machine gun. You have researched the new machine gun, you equip it, you go out to the island and do a run, and you have to get 25 kills with a machine gun to reach the 2nd tier. So you do that, you unlock the next tier, and then it's, now you need to get 100 kills with it, and that tier that it unlocked some new special kind of trait or a trigger that can occur when you use the weapon. Like for the machine gun, it's that, now it has an overheat bar. And if you keep it in the middle of the overheat bar, you do extra damage. But if you overheat all the way, it'll do like almost no damage. So you have to kind of like feather your rate of fire a little bit. So there's like a little more finesse in combat. So your first tier, you do that, you get 100 kills, you get X number of kills in the middle, and then you research a mat, a material that lets you then finish that upgrade. So you get your kill allocations, you get the mat, you upgrade that tier again, and like now it's like, now the overheat bar, I'm making this up, the overheat bar is wider, like for the max damage. So like you don't have to feather it quite as much. You can be a little looser with it, get some more shots off, etc., etc. And then you get 200 kills with it, and then you get the 3rd tier mat or whatever from your research and pump that into it. And now the final thing is, hey, even when it's like severely overheated, it'll still do pretty good damage, but you're going to do the max damage in this middle range. That's an example of like what the weapon upgrade stuff is. I point that out to say that extracting with Witchfire isn't always the most important thing. Sometimes the most important thing is just like getting those requirements farmed on the weapons, and like just spending time over there to farm some research, because knowing that every time you spend Witchfire and level up, the witch is throwing more difficult stuff at you. So it's like, oh, you know what? I'm not going to level up for a little bit. I'm just going to get my guns and my spells really good. Yeah. So like it made me think about progression and leveling in a different way, because like in a Souls game, you're never thinking about like, I should level up. Like it's always like, yeah, absolutely, I should I should spend my souls or I will lose them, and I don't want to lose my souls. And like there's no downside to leveling up. Here it's like you have to kind of think about it. And I'm at the so I beat the first area, I beat the mini boss there, and it was really fucking hard, but I beat it, and I got to the second area. In the first area, it's pretty straightforward in terms of the environment. It's like a lot of hills and valleys and stuff, and some open areas. The second area I got to is like, it's called the Castle Gates, and there's this area outside the Castle Gates, and there's a drawbridge that's raised, and I had found in the first area, I like did some hard encounters and got an item. And then in the second area, I found a thing where I could turn that item in, and it raised like a side gate. And then I was in this kind of in the castle walls. And then I was like, I think I can lower that drawbridge, and then maybe the drawbridge will always be open for me. So it's like unlocking shortcuts that persist.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, which is like not the direction I thought the game was gonna go, and so I thought it was. I keep thinking the game is one thing, and then I get to a new thing, and the game's like, but we're doing this over here, and I'm like, holy shit, that's cool.
Well, especially because I know like you're not a huge roguelite person, and so having those like additional kinds of elements that's cool.
Yeah, and it feels like it has a lot of secrets for me to uncover. Which is
and neat. Especially for being, assumedly they're going to continue working on this. I don't think there's like a firm release date, right?
No, they said like sometime 2024.
Okay.
For 1.0.
So yeah, presumably like they have the opportunity to be adding even more of that kind of thing in there.
Totally.
It's pretty neat.
Yeah, and like that for me, that's the driving force. Is like I want to see the rest of these things and like try and figure these things, because it doesn't hold your hand at all. It doesn't explain much of anything beyond like the beginning tutorial for mechanics and stuff. So it's all very esoteric, like a FromSoft game is. And like looking at item descriptions and stuff like that. Right. And like looking at messages that pop up, like, so you'll be running around the world and like you'll trigger a trap and the trap goes bad and you take a bunch of damage and then the ground shakes and then like some text pops up that says the witch has noticed your presence because you activated one of her traps, and then like a countdown timer starts in the minimap, and you either have to like fucking get the hell out of there and portal back, or like this really hard encounter is going to happen that you have to then like fight your way through. Which like there are obviously upsides to doing that because you get more items and more Witchfire from doing it as well. But yeah, it's really cool, and the soundtrack is so good. The soundtrack is so good. It gives me like Dark Souls Doom, if that makes sense.
Okay. Sure.
I don't know if that really makes, but it like.
No, it's very evocative.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, cause like Doom is
like
Doom is like that
fantasy metal.
Yeah, yes, dark fantasy metal. It's really good. The music is, and the game looks incredible. It looks like, from a fidelity standpoint, the game looks so good. And there are a ton of different kinds of enemies. And obviously, like, you're unlocking more of them as you level up, so like there will be more even. But yeah, I mean, there's just like some really fantastic art design. It's like just a really dark gothic feel, but like kind of like provincial Europe in a lot of spots. Some medieval thrown in there. It's really kind of a blend of a lot of different things, but it all feels connected. It doesn't feel like this weird mishmash like kind of Lies of P art direction did, where it kind of feels like they just kind of mash these things together. It feels like they've got a look kind of nailed down. And I like genuinely, I'm really surprised at how nice the game looks and runs really well on my rig too. And it's not like I have a crazy, I have a 3060 graphics card, which is not like the most expensive, and I have like an i7 9700K CPU, and which is again kind of middle of the road. So it just runs really well. And I have it on medium settings and it looks incredible. So like I don't know what they're doing. They're just smart about how they optimize, I guess.
Well, and I feel like good art direction elevates beyond what like the fidelity can. Like if the art direction is good, it makes the fidelity look better.
Yeah, it just like even on medium settings, they're doing something with filters that just looks incredible. I think is how they're getting away with it. And it does have some upscaling stuff going on that you can opt in or opt out of. But if I'm standing still and like I were to take a screenshot, it would look like a super high res render. It just looks seriously like, I mean, just like look up screenshots of Witchfire. It looks so fucking good. I can't.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't recommend it enough. If you're into, if like any part of that sounds interesting to you listening, I highly recommend it. It surprised me with how much I liked it, because when I first saw it revealed in the trailer, it was like slow walking through an environment, these like demon things, this cool kind of medieval Western aesthetic, like witch hunting thing. And I was like, oh, is it a new Dark Watch game? Like, no, actually, it's from the team, a lot of the people who made the Painkiller games, which are basically this, in terms of like an aesthetic, but much older, obviously. And I'm just, I didn't play it all this week, and now I'm like, fuck, I should have played Witchfire this week, because it's really good. I just got caught up with Cyberpunk. Man, Witchfire. Yeah, that game's good.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
I'm excited for when it comes to console in a year.
Right, yeah. And they do have plans to bring it to console after the early access period. But I know why they're Epic exclusive because Epic has this deal going where if you're Epic exclusive for I think it's at least 6 months on release, you get 100% of the revenue, which is incredible. And then it goes to like the 12% that they normally take, which is still better than Steam's. I don't remember what Steam's is, but Epic's is definitely, their take is lower. But yeah, so I'm pretty sure that's why they released on Epic exclusively for early access, both to kind of limit the pool of feedback, but then also to maximize the revenue gained during that period of time. So, yeah, go check it out, man. Witchfire, it fucking slaps. It's really cool. I played for I think 10 hours now, and I'm in that second area, kind of exploring it. Second out of 5. So it's like, I mean, depending on how good you are at the game, I'm not that good at it because it is really hard. I assume you could probably play faster, but yeah, damn, Witchfire, it's good.
What about the RE4 DLC? Is that good?
No. So it's a bad game made by people who shit on the thing I love. But I played all of it. I paid the $10 and I played all of that Separate Ways DLC. Ada, incredibly hot. Just one of the hottest video game characters, Ada Wong. She looks great. Voice acting, not so much. She's like the most bored fucking sounding character I've ever heard.
In the trailer, like she says like 2 lines in the trailer, and I watched it and I was like, wow, I feel like that voice acting is not very good.
Yeah,
just from the trailer.
She sounds so uninterested and bored.
Yeah.
And like, if that's what you're going for, sure, but like that's not fun to listen to.
Well, you need some like vocal energy or something. Like you need to make that a character, not just like have low energy while you're speaking.
Yeah, and like the Ada Wong,
that's not a character.
The Ada Wong from the original RE4, like she's got all this like mystery, and everything she says is like really loaded, and that's interesting. This one, she's just like, "Go get him, Tiger." Okay, what the fuck am I supposed to do with that, Ada?
Go get him.
That is nothing. You gave me fucking nothing. So that bothered me a lot. Also, playing the game feels like shit because that's the video game they made, and there's no changing it now. Right. I don't like the Resident Evil 4 remake, so of course I didn't like the DLC.
Well, it just begs the question, like, why did you play it? Why did you spend the time doing it?
Because if I didn't, it would haunt me for the rest of my days.
You know what? I get that.
Yeah. I had to know. And now I do, and now I never have to play it ever again.
Correct.
That feels good. We can skip this last one. It's just more. I played more 7 Days. I did the Darkness Falls overhaul mod, which was updated to Alpha 21 recently. There's a brand new update for Darkness Falls. It's the most popular overhaul mod. It's really good. If you play 7 Days to Die, go check it out. That's all I have to say about that. Yeah. If you play that game, you know it. If you don't, you're not going to care.
It's not going to mean anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Play the base game and then come back to it.
Yeah.
Well, awesome. Then that's our video games.
Woo!
I am very excited.
I wish I had
move on to the next segment. Oh, yeah, it did it. Like always, we have to end on a down note.
Yeah, I feel like I feel like I was having like this high, and then all of a sudden I just like I shit my pants in the middle of it and had to like awkwardly excuse myself.
Yeah, that's not great. Let's move on to our featured segment for this episode. A new game that we're going to play called We'd Probably Forget That Game. You may recall a game we have played in the past called We'd Probably Hate That Game, which is where Kyle and I sort of improv game design, taking turns choosing, elements about a game based on certain categories.
Yeah, I've heard that game designers love that game.
Because that's all it takes.
Yep.
You just sit in a room for like an hour and just brainstorm, and then when you come out, a little video game baby appears.
That's right. We did it twice. I don't get why it's so hard.
I mean, now I know why all these people are getting laid off. It's because game designers are a bunch of lazy bums. Look how fast we were able to do it. And we're not even getting paid.
Exactly.
We're doing it for the love of the game.
Oh, maybe we're why they're getting fired. All the CEOs are listening to the Shea Hates Everything podcast and be like, what are we paying these mooks for?
AI isn't coming for your job. The Shea Hates Everything podcast is.
Which in some ways is worse.
So, Kyle, why don't you introduce, we'd probably forget that game. Give us a lay of the land of what we're going to be doing here.
All right, so as the name suggests, this game is about remembering video games of Christmas past. So, Shay and I...
Oh, these are only Christmas games?
No.
I need to change my list.
No. Shay and I have each picked 5 video games that we believe the other has played or has like significant knowledge of. And we're going to be reading the back of the box of each of those video games, eliminating any like proper nouns or any dead giveaways as to what the game should be. And we're going to have to guess what the game is. We're each going to get 3 guesses per each of those 5 games. And every time we guess incorrectly, the person has to give them a hint. So you guess once incorrectly, you get a hint. Twice incorrectly, get a hint. And the third chance is your last chance. And then between Shay and I, whoever guesses the most of our 5 individual games wins. What do we win? Fame. That that hot podcast drip.
Yeah, whoever wins gets to have their name in the name of the podcast. So if Kyle wins, this now becomes the Kyle Hates Everything podcast.
Oh, that's going to completely fuck our feed, dude.
No, yes, we're not actually doing that. And also for reference, we're doing 5 games. I have, I think, 13 games on my list because I kept coming up with really good ideas. So I've got a solid backlog for the next couple of times.
I also have exactly 13 games picked out. That's fine.
Well, I won't at all be surprised if we've got some crossover here. I think, and we didn't talk about this ahead of time. Now that I'm like reading through it and thinking about it, I think maybe we... not as a hint, but like because, as we're reading, it's like blank is this type of game where you do blank.
Right.
Where like if the blank is the name of the studio or the name of the publisher or like something where like we can say blank video game studio made this game where you do blank. Just to make it not... I feel like hearing blank does blank on top of blank with blank, that's hard to follow. So a little bit of extra context where it doesn't make it obvious, I think is a good approach as well.
Also, you have to say blank for every word that you are blanking.
Correct.
So like if a character name is 2 words, you say blank blank.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or you could say blank blank character name.
Right.
And then whatever.
Yeah.
Just to help us. This is going to be hard enough. I have a couple that I think are probably going to be pretty easy for you.
Yeah.
But just putting these together, I was like, man, some of these... One, it's just interesting to read through the back of the box stuff on games to see how many different approaches there are to writing a back of the box breakdown. Some of them are super straightforward and generic.
Yeah.
Some of them are hyper specific, or like some of them have paragraphs and paragraphs of text. And other one, there was a game that I wanted to include where I was like, there's literally one sentence.
I know.
On the whole back of the box.
Yeah. So obviously
and
those
that
games
sentence
aren't eligible.
you will not be able to figure it out from that sentence.
Now, one of the interesting things is because I have pulled all of mine from I have physical game boxes here. Physical, you can hear them. Oh yeah, get that good Foley work. Physical video game boxes here. But also we'll be pulling some from off the internet. So I do know that like marketing differs by region. So like sometimes, like we might be reading like the PAL version back of the box versus a different version or whatever. It doesn't really matter. Like, let's not be too serious about it. This is fun. And I also thought it'd be fun for people listening at home to try and guess before Shay and I get it, just like see how many you can get yourself before we get. I thought that'd be fun.
Yes. Yeah. Did you talk about the hints? Did I miss that?
Yeah, I talked about it. So if you guess incorrectly once, you get a hint. Guess incorrectly twice, get a hint. And then your third guess is the final one. So a max of 2 hints per game.
Yeah.
And the hints are completely at the discretion of the hint giver.
Yeah. Scoring is made up. Points don't matter.
Yes.
Whatever. All the stuff from Whose Line Is It Anyway? How about I read first so
Okay.
that you can get it correct and then make me look extra dumb I'm unable to get any of these.
Let's fucking go.
Okay, wait. I had the perfect one that I wanted to start with, and now I don't remember which one it was because I have too many options.
Yeah,
too many options.
I have a softball for you to start off with, just to make you feel better.
Oh, here. I also have a softball for you.
Okay.
Which, again, would not be at all surprised if this is one of the games that you came up with. All right. The galaxy is trapped in an endless cycle of extinction. Every blank years, an ancient blank race invades the galaxy. With ruthless efficiency, the blanks wipe out all organic civilization.
Mass Effect.
They leave... Yes.
Fuck
that
yeah.
one was very easy.
Okay.
Which was intentional because I thought it would be perfect.
Yes, thank you. That's a perfect example. That's great. Okay. All right. Here's yours.
Mm-hmm.
My name is blank blank, character name. I've crash landed on a strange planet. My ship is in pieces. My only hope for survival lies with odd creatures I call blank. Blank fight fiercely, and in great numbers they can vanquish the monstrous predators of this planet. After battles, they take fallen enemies back to their nests to be transformed into more blank. Perhaps it's because I have plucked each of them from the earth, but these blanks seem to obey my every command.
Pikmin.
Yeah, there you go. Nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought I had it like right away, and I was like, that's too simple. I gotta be missing something.
Yeah, I told you, softball to start. No,
that's the level of difficulty I am looking for from this game.
Well, unfortunately, that's the only one. All right, you know what? Ooh, shit. I should probably... I'm going to save this one for last because I think you're the least likely to get that one.
Great. All right. I have another one that I'm not trying to make these crazy hard for you because here's another one that I think you will probably be able to get pretty easily.
Okay.
The blanks have returned, and it's up to you to save the universe. Finding common themes in descriptions. Rise up, step into the blank, a sinister parallel world of hostile aliens, powerful weapons, and deep mystery. Blanks, game name, unique combination of blank, 360-degree dogfighting, and ground combat brings a thrilling new gameplay dynamic to video gaming. Experience the seamless transition between flight and fight as you battle the alien blanks in this epic adventure from blank, video game publisher. Intense sci-fi shooter action with incredible multiplayer options.
Star Fox Assault.
No.
I didn't think so.
That is a good guess based upon that description.
Yeah.
This is so funny because reading the description, knowing the game, I read this and I'm like, this is easy for you to get. But in hindsight, maybe not. Because that it's a pretty generic description.
Yeah.
But there's one particular thing that I thought would make this easy for you.
Okay.
So I'll say, so this game came out in 2010.
Oh. Before Skyrim.
Talk through it. You gotta guess.
I know.
Can't sit in silence.
Yeah,
it's
no,
an audio
I
podcast.
I want to say Star Wars Battlefront 2, seamless transition between like flight and fight, but it's talking about like aliens invading. That doesn't work. Save the universe. That doesn't work. Oh man, can you read it one more time?
Yes. The blanks have returned, and it's up to you to save the universe. Rise up. Step into the blank, a sinister parallel world of hostile aliens, powerful weapons, and deep mystery. Blanks, game name, unique combination, blank, game name, unique combination of blank, 360-degree dogfighting, and ground combat brings a thrilling new gameplay dynamic to video gaming. Experience the seamless transition between flight and fight as you battle the alien blanks in this epic adventure from blank game publisher. Intense sci-fi shooter action with incredible multiplayer options.
Fuck. Came out in 2010.
Yeah.
Oh.
You gotta guess.
I
Just gotta say
I don't
something.
think this had multiplayer, but Dark Void?
Yes, Dark Void.
It had multiplayer?
That's what the back of the box says.
Oh, wow. I did not remember that having... That's the thing that threw me for Dark Void, because I thought Dark Void at one point, I was like, nah, the multiplayer, no. Okay, all right.
Because I don't remember Dark Void like at all, other than the flight and all that back and forth stuff. So like the
parallel
opening
universe.
The opening says the Watchers have returned. Are those the name? Is that the name of the enemy faction?
Yes, yeah. So
like if I had said the Watchers, would that have been obvious?
I probably would not have remembered they were called the Watchers.
That was one of those where like I feel like I should probably just blank this just to be safe.
Yeah, no, you should have. That was the correct approach. Okay, well, all right, shoot. I only got 2 points for that one. Man, that was Dark Void too. Here I am.
That's why
I am telling people to play it.
Yeah, I thought that would be an easy one.
Okay, all right. Here's yours. I have a lot of text here, so hopefully you get it at some point.
Oh Lord.
It's a multiplayer kart racing game starring your favorite blank character name, and a host of his friends and foes. The stakes are high, and the competition is fierce. Ready, set, go. More than 12 playable characters in all. Select from your favorite characters. And it's a list of characters. And other secret racers. Plug in the multi-tap, and up to 4 players can race to the ugly finish. 25 trick-filled tracks. It all boils down to pure racing skills. Most of these other ones are pretty giveaways. It's a full-blown battle on wheels. Buckle up.
I initially was thinking like Crash Team Racing, but I feel like it would have it'd be a kookier writing style than that. So another racing game. Well, it's not Crash Team Racing. That's my first guess.
It is Crash Team Racing.
Oh,
yeah.
Like again, what was like the first 2 sentences?
It's a multiplayer kart racing game starring your favorite Bandicoot, Crash, and a host of his friends and foes.
It was the host of friends and like that just made me think of CTR for some reason.
Totally, yeah, for sure. Nice job. You're beating me. Oh no.
Nice. Oh, I'm sure this will get much more difficult.
Yeah, I have one here that'll destroy you.
Okay, here's a good one. Join a blank caravan. A deadly blank has swallowed the land, and it's up to you to hold it at bay. Many dangers lie along your journey, but you need not face them alone. Enlist your friends in a blank caravan.
Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles.
Yes.
Yeah, Caravan, baby.
Caravan was too much of a giveaway.
It was.
Because it's Crystal Caravan, I almost blanked that out. But that was another one where I wasn't sure if like that would make it... If I blanked it out, would it be too obtuse?
Right. It probably... It may have been, yeah. I don't know. But, yeah. Good choice for me as well.
Yes. That was a great guess. Dude, we're crushing this.
We are, yeah.
He said, setting himself up to fail.
All right. Okay, type smart. All right. Your next one.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't like the evil laugh.
0815 hours. December 7, 1941. An epic single-player adventure. Survive the devastating attack on blank blank.
Medal of Honor.
Battle through the jungles of Guadalcanal to the streets of blank. Experience the powerful realities of war. Over 20 authentic World War II weapons. THX certified sound design. Intense multiplayer combat. And
Call of Duty 2, Big Red 1.
You didn't want to get a hint?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you kept reading it.
Well, yeah, because you got it wrong. I thought you were going to let me finish. So, all right, you can have 2 hints.
Okay.
Your first hint is that the series was correct for your first guess.
Okay.
That's a big hint.
Yeah, I should have waited. Yeah. I should have asked for a hint.
You certainly should have. Your second hint is that this game released on the PlayStation 2 and GameCube. I don't believe it released on the Xbox. Just so you know the era.
Okay.
Do you want me to read the stuff again?
Yeah, I mean, you might as well read it to give me a second so that it's not dead air, because there are a couple of Medal of Honor games that are World War II, so I don't know how I'm supposed to know which is which.
Well, if you're a true Medal of Honor fan, then you would by the description in the back.
Of course I am. I mean, go ahead and read it, and then maybe it'll clue me in.
An epic single-player adventure. Survive the devastating attack on blank blank. Battle through the jungles of Guadalcanal to the streets of Singapore. Experience the powerful realities of war. Over 20 authentic World War II weapons. THX certified sound design. Intense multiplayer combat. Engage Japanese forces in 2-player co-op mode. Play as Axis or Allied soldiers in 4-player combat. Defeat the Japanese Empire. Survive devastating bonsai charges. Fight alongside battle-hardened allies. You don't play. You volunteer.
Oh, Lord. Okay, and what did you say this released on? PS2?
PS2 and GameCube. I don't think Xbox. It might have.
Medal of Honor Frontline.
No. Dude, it's Rising Sun.
Rising Sun?
Yeah, the Japanese Guadalcanal, Singapore.
Yeah, I don't know why I was thinking in Frontline you did both, because Frontline is the Medal of Honor game that that's my memory of Medal of Honor is that game.
Right.
Because even when I guessed Medal of Honor, I meant Frontline, because that's the Medal of Honor game in my mind.
Yeah.
And I thought my memory was that it was the whole war and you did both. Like the European campaign and the Japanese campaign.
Nah, man.
Damn.
Yeah. So that's why I picked that one, because it's like a series where it could be. So you kind of have to dive into the details to figure it out which one it is. So that was a tricky one.
That sucks. I should have been able to get that one, but that was a good one. Okay. Oh, some of these I think might be too hard. Like things that don't have enough text, I think are going to be too hard. Okay, here's a good one.
Okay.
Save blank by car, by foot, by the seat of your pants. Blank's biggest driving hazards are let loose. Drive yourself crazy in lawless fender benders and chaotic head-on collisions as your favorite blank's character. Unbuckle your seatbelt and set out on foot to investigate creepy crop circles and a diabolical conspiracy threatening to obliterate blank. Drop that blank and grab the wheel. Over 50 mayhem-filled missions. Actual voiceovers by the blank cast. Bonus unlockables and multiplayer action. Authentic story by the blank's writers.
Oh, man. Okay, so it's attached to a property. Because they say cast, writers, crop circles. It could be like Simpsons Hit and Run. I don't remember the crop circles thing. Like the use of the language like fender benders and stuff like that makes me think cartoony, which makes me think I'm gonna go with Simpsons Hit and Run as my first guess.
Yep.
Oh fuck yeah!
Nailed it.
I don't remember crop circles though.
I think I do.
I mean, I'm sure there was, right? Because at a certain
obviously.
point they'd put anything in there, but
yeah.
Oh,
nice.
I feel good. Okay, I feel
good
good
one.
about that. That was a good pick too. Oh yeah, I should probably type it in. Okay.
Oh, I've got the perfect one for your last one here.
Okay. All right, you're number 4.
Okay.
Blank and Friends assemble. From the creators of blank blank, blank blank and blank blank.
What? You got to give me more context.
All right.
From the creators of blank of what?
From the creators of blank blank, comma, blank blank and blank blank, 2 names.
Right. Okay.
A dark shadow has spread across blank blank. A new power is rising. And this time, an entire squad of superheroes must stand.
South Park Fractured Butthole.
Yeah.
Amazing.
From the creators of South Park, Trey Parker and Matt Stone. That's all blanks.
As soon as you said creators of blank blank, and then the 2 people, I knew it was South Park, and so then it's like which of the dozen games is it?
Right. Yeah.
Amazing. If folks, please write us an email. Are these easy? Are you getting these right away? I feel like mostly we are getting these pretty easily.
Yeah.
And I wonder, are we actually being good at this, or are these very easy?
We're also picking games that we know the other person.
Oh, totally.
As well.
Yes, that's true. I'm just curious if how hard these are or not for the listeners.
Yeah.
Or if we should wait to guess until we read the whole thing, maybe.
Yeah, we should.
Send us your feedback. Send us your feedback. This podcast exists for other people to listen to, not for our personal enjoyment. So whatever process, whatever structure is good for the listeners is what we want to do.
Yeah.
All right. Last one here. A blank's gotta do what a blank's gotta do. Oh no. Blank has lost his blank puzzle pieces. Join blank and the rest of the blank blanks as they search for the missing pieces everywhere, from the blank's backyard to outer space. Escape from an alien spaceship. Be a part of blank's backyard circus. Save blank from a wild goose.
Oh, dude!
Search the tunnels with blank.
I knew it before the wild goose, but it's Rugrats Search for Reptar, baby.
Hell yeah!
Fuck yeah, it is. As soon you started saying puzzle pieces, like puzzle pieces,
yeah.
and you were like backyard circus. I was like, fucking Rugrats Search for Reptar, baby. The goose really nailed it home, though. That gave me complete confidence. That fucking goose.
Yeah. See, those are like the good ones where if you remember the game, there are little things that help you guess.
Right.
So many of these are so generically written that once you start removing like the character names and shit, it becomes like, this sounds like it could be anything.
Right, yeah. Like Mass Effect was like, the only giveaway was like every 1,000 years or whatever.
Oh yeah.
That was
that to me made it obvious.
Right.
But yeah, other than that, it was who the fuck, it's a sci-fi game. Nice.
All right. This one you're not going to get. There's no way. I know you have played this game.
I already can't win. You've got, what do you've got? You've got 3, 8. You have 11 points. No, you've got 14 points because you got a 3 on the last one.
You're right.
I've got 9. I literally can't, even if I get, on the first try, I can't win. So, welcome to the Kyle Hates Everything podcast.
Let's go. All right, well, this one's just for fun.
Great.
All right. No street fighter has ever seen fighters or fighting like this. Trash the surfboard and heave the za. It's a whole new breed of blank, and they're fixated on fighting. We're dead serious. Blank blank takes dude-on-dude demolition to new heights of intensity with 4 modes of pain-producing battles. Story, 2-player, tournament, and practice. Deadly warriors, secret arenas, astounding graphics and sound effects that'll make you cringe. 11 brutal opponents. 11 awesome battlegrounds. Alter your fighting style to ensure survival. Repeat the punishment with instant replay.
I let you read the whole thing because this is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighters.
Oh, it is, yeah! Man, I didn't know you remembered this game.
Yeah, we had it on Genesis.
Yeah, I'm holding our Genesis copy right now, Shay.
as soon as you said put down the Z, I knew what it was immediately.
Wow. I didn't know that you would remember this game existed.
I have strong memories of that game because I hated fighting games, but it was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, so of course I wanted to play.
Exactly, yes. Well, I'm sad you got it so quickly, but also happy that you remembered it, because I also have fond memories of this game, not liking fighting games, but liking Ninja Turtles.
My memory, and I don't know any better, and also it's been a really long time, but my memory is that, is it a highly regarded game?
Not really.
My memory is that it's not really that good of a video game.
Right, and I love that they open the back with no Street Fighter has ever seen fighters or fighting like this. Just like a huge dig, like back when when Battlefield would do Above and Beyond the Call as part of their marketing campaign. It's just like that kind of direct smear campaign thing.
Love it.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun. I bet nobody at home got that.
I imagine a lot of people did not get Rugrats Search for Reptar either.
Yeah, that's fair.
That was a successful first round.
Yeah.
What? We both got 4 of them on the first guess. You got Dark Void on the second guess. I didn't get to Medal of Honor Rising Sun, but I'm going to give myself a half a point because I got Medal of Honor.
Okay.
And it's my podcast, so I'm giving myself half a point.
Yeah, whatever makes you feel better.
Yeah, it does. That does make you feel better. Thank you. But hey, dude, we crushed it.
Yeah.
I do have a couple of harder ones. There's one that actually 2 of them that I really want to read, but they're both harder, so I'll save those for next time.
Yeah.
Now that we've got like the first one, off our back or whatever.
Yeah. I think we now know what makes it hard and what makes it easy, and we can try and make them a little harder for next time.
Good time. That was a good time.
Yeah, that was fun.
All right. So we'd probably forget that game. Send us an email, info@sheahateseverything.com. Let us know what you think. Did you get them all?
Yeah.
No, you didn't. You're a liar. You didn't get them.
You liar.
Maybe you got Mass Effect. Maybe. The rest of it, you had no clue. All right. Let's move on to the news. A couple of big things to chat about. Or I should say 2 big things to chat about, and then a couple of smaller things. So, the first big thing to talk about, which, unavoidable, if you follow video games at all, you have seen a ton of this. So we'll walk through the details, and it's more about, how do we feel about a lot of this stuff?
Yeah.
But that's all of the FTC email leaks that came out about Microsoft. So basically, if you haven't heard what happened, obviously we've chatted about the Microsoft Activision buyout and how they have the FTC trials and all that good stuff. As part of that process, Microsoft shared a bunch of redacted documents, and they shared them in PDF format. When opened in a browser, those documents are redacted. When opened in Adobe Reader, they were not redacted. So then I think it was the FTC ended up sharing the Adobe Reader forms without knowing any better.
Right.
And then they took them down, whatever. But the point is, this is Microsoft's fault.
Yes.
They did this to themselves, which has opened a bunch of conspiracy theories, which of course it has.
I do feel bad because this means someone probably got fired.
Yeah, probably. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
But the biggest thing to note here is a majority of these documents are from 2021, so they're pretty old. I would say generally that a lot of this stuff is outdated. In fact, Phil Spencer has said, quote, "These are old emails and documents," and that, quote, "so much has changed," end quote. And that was kind of in his reaction on Twitter to all of this stuff coming out, which obviously was filtered through their PR agency.
I like that because then it's well, these were used as evidence in a court case to prove a point about current gaming landscape. And you're out here being no, it's old, that's irrelevant, doesn't matter. It's then what was the relevance of using them in the court case for?
Well, et cetera, et cetera. It is because they said it. These were their plans. These were things they discussed internally, changed or not. Like, this was the plan.
Sure.
I think it's more like, for a consumer's perspective, him saying, hey, this is old stuff, things have changed. He would say that even if things hadn't changed.
Right.
Because they want to be able to control their own narrative. They don't want stuff being spoiled and leaked in that way.
Yeah.
In this specific instance, I believe him. Knowing how fast the gaming industry moves, and especially like working in tech and seeing how early on stuff gets talked about internally that totally changes by the time it's actually launched, both in terms of timeline, scope, everything changes in tech from, ideation to launch. So I believe him that a lot of the stuff has changed. It's worth saying that a lot of the stuff probably still exists. Who knows when or how it will come out, but at least for the big ticket items, I think this is the case. Like, this is reality. And the big ticket item is that Microsoft is planning mid-generation console updates for both the Series S and the Series X. In their documents, like, there's like slides and shit in here. And in the slides, like, the plan is to announce these next summer. They would have the same price as the current models, which, not that they would necessarily sunset the existing models, but like, this isn't a cheaper option. It's coming in the same price to kind of give buyers an option. But the Series S version will have a 1 terabyte hard drive, still no disk drive, fully digital. It would launch in August, and it would be on its own for a couple of months before the Series X would launch in October. The Series X is the bigger story here, with a 2 terabyte hard drive and also no disk drive.
Right.
So like I said, I don't believe that the plan would be to cancel the existing Series X. So if you want a disk drive and you're buying a Series X, you can still buy that version. But the fact that they're launching their, like, a version of their flagship console with no disk drive, that's pretty crazy.
Game Pass, and baby.
Puts a lot of I guess, like, fear or curiosity about their next actual console, which is set to launch in 2028, that we'll get to in a second.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if they launch some sort of high-speed disk drive attachment that you can get, if that's something you're interested in.
They did have a list of, like, supported tech, and that was not on there.
Interesting.
Which doesn't mean that it wouldn't exist or that they wouldn't do it in the future, but at least, like, they didn't specifically call out, because it says on, hey, like, it connects to a smart TV, it connects to all these other things. It didn't list an external disk drive as one of the things.
Sure. Okay.
So that to me is pretty crazy, and it makes sense for their strategy,
right,
which is Game Pass. Game Pass, Game Pass, Game Pass. You don't need a disk drive if a majority of your user base is playing games through Game Pass, right, and buying games digitally, which, like, I at least have never seen a really good comparison between physical sales and digital sales. My assumption has always been that physical sales are still king, because a big portion of America, as well as other countries, don't have the strength of internet to, like, deal with a fully digital library. And on top of that, all the data cap shit in America, which is horrible. But, like, my assumption is that physical sales still dwarf digital sales. That might not be true. I could be wrong in that assumption, but also it's, their strategic initiative is to push us to an all digital future, like they did with their, like, used game things when they announced the Series X, like, a couple of moves that the always online shit, like, Microsoft has taken a stance of forcing their consumers into the next phase of digital engagement in a way that Sony never has.
Right.
So I cannot imagine that Sony is planning on their next console to be digital only. But knowing that Microsoft is, or potentially is, I wonder if that might shift some of their plans.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess it depends on whether or not they want to take, like, the counter marketing position, or follow the trend, which Sony tends to follow trends, right? Yeah, I don't know. That'll be interesting to see. It's a little scary, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's the whole the concept of actual ownership, right? And the always online shit, all of the like just downloadable bugs or bug fixes and updates and all that kind of stuff that's already super pervasive already, even for someone that owns a physical disc, that already complicates matters.
Right.
To like be fully digital only, you're effectively just renting the game for as long as they want to allow you to continue to have access to it.
Right.
And that's not great. It's not great for a consumer. It's certainly not great for game preservation.
Definitely not. No.
So mentioned that, their next console in 2028, they have sort of like a marketing one-sheeter with like tech specs and things like that, which some of that stuff is not super relevant. But a couple of the things that they call out on there as like big value points is that it will have hybrid cloud gaming, which essentially is where like when you install a game, like your console is doing some of the processing and also some of the processing is being done in the cloud, which would just lead to, faster load times, better performance, all that good stuff. Also ray tracing and global illumination, which are things that are like sometimes played around with on console, but mostly that's like table stakes for a lot of new PC games.
Yeah.
So again, it leads into the narrative of like the next console will be several years behind a modern PC. That's just the way it always works.
Right.
They also call out forward compatibility, which could mean a million different things.
Yeah.
But my assumption means like that, you'll be able to play future games on that console too, like whatever the one after that is. It doesn't say backwards compatibility, which that's something.
Right.
They mentioned that they're also working on a cloud streaming console. Grain of salt, a couple years ago, that could have been an early ideation and canceled. But the point here is like, they're leaning more heavily into their cloud streaming, the all digital future. Like that's where they think they can win. That totally makes sense.
Right. So there's a rumor. One of the rumors was that during a few live streams, in the background of Phil Spencer's shot on like a shelf, there was a black box, and presumably that was like the rumor was that it was an early prototype version of this cloud streaming console.
Okay, interesting. They did, like, in that spreadsheet, they sort of have like their priority plans, and they have a section called not in scope, and in that section was a handheld, which they specifically say is not in scope for first party. So if they're taking that cloud streaming approach, it makes sense that they don't want a dedicated handheld, because theoretically you buy an Xbox controller, you get whatever adapter you need on your phone, and that's your mobile gaming device.
Yeah.
They don't need a dedicated handheld. So that totally makes sense to me in their approach.
Right.
They also talked about a new controller, which I guess will become the new standard controller. It will replace the existing Xbox Series controller. It has haptic feedback because it has to, because the response from that on the PlayStation side has been really positive. It'll have a rechargeable and swappable battery.
For the first time.
Brand new technology, never seen before in video games. Modular thumbsticks, which is cool. Sort of a feature where it automatically wakes up when you pick it up. You don't have to like press and hold the Xbox button.
It would have an accelerometer.
A neat little thing there. And then it'll have direct cloud connection, which would hopefully lead to lower latency when you're actually engaging with that cloud streaming.
Yeah.
And then that would plan to launch in May, which would be ahead of their like Wave 2 consoles next year. So that's kind of their rollout plan, is new controller in May, Series S in August, Series X in October to capitalize on all the holiday stuff.
Yeah.
Which they specifically said in their marketing slide was like to, capitalize on whatever holiday shoppers or something like that.
Yeah, that direct cloud connection was one of the talking points for Google Stadia when they were launching that. It was like your controller connects directly to the Wi-Fi instead of to whatever machine is streaming the video, just to reduce latency. So I think it's probably a similar idea.
Yeah, that's interesting. All right, and then the whole section on the Bethesda release schedule leaked. And then there's another section that we'll talk about, which is more of like corporate gossip. Yeah. All the hot goss from Phil and other folks.
I'm super excited for this Bethesda section.
Yes. Again, most of this stuff could literally not be real at all
Well,
anymore.
we do know these first ones are real. These have been rumored like by very authoritative sources for a little bit now.
Yes,
like, this is
fair.
kind of confirmation of that, but yeah.
And I should say, at one point, all of these were real. But again, think back. Sure. This was 2021 when this was planned. When we get to some of these other games in the list, I feel very confident that these games no longer exist. Very confident. But we'll get there. So the first, as you mentioned, remasters for Oblivion and Fallout 3. They were Oblivion was originally supposed to come out in 2022.
Yeah, and then the pandemic.
That didn't happen. It's
pandemic happened.
That's part of it, but also Bethesda Game Studios is pretty notorious for like taking forever to launch and release games. So just looking at this release schedule, they had like a game every year, which like there was no way that was going to happen.
Well, this isn't
stupid.
So the rumor, this is not being done by Bethesda Game Studios. This is a different studio doing it because they're using the creation engine for all of the inner workings of the game, but then the visual layer, they will be going with a different game engine. I think maybe it might be a UE5 they're planning on using. I don't remember which one, if it was Unity or Unreal. So they were thinking about doing like a hybrid approach, basically. So you keep all the bones and the mechanical engine stuff of the creation engine so that you don't have to mess with any of that, and then you just basically slap on a really pretty visual layer, which is an interesting idea, because as you and I have remarked, the Starfield looks pretty stiff. Even when fidelity wise it can sometimes look nice, it's all very stiff and there's a lack of life kind of in general, just through like limitations in the engine or whatever it is. So like using something like UE5 where you have all of these visual tools built in that kind of lend themselves towards creating very beautiful environments and things that maybe the creation engine was not originally built to accommodate, I think is an interesting idea. So like a really pretty, while mechanically familiar Oblivion and Fallout 3, that sounds fucking awesome.
Yeah, totally.
And I feel really, really bad for the Skyblivion team.
Well, they've said that they're marching ahead. You know, that's still their plan. They had the blessing from Bethesda to be doing this, so we'll see what happens. It's I think the most interesting thing, well, one of the interesting things about this is, given that this was 2021, they had planned to launch this game in 2022. That means that a good amount of work was done already.
Right.
So in terms of like is this happening or not scale, as you said, beyond just it being rumored for a while, the amount of work that had been put into it, I'm sure would lead to this being a real thing, not just in the pre-concept phase.
Well, yeah, I mean, and this is educated guess assumption, is that when these documents were generated, they were not planning on that tech split. It was probably just going to be like a high-res texture pack like they did with Skyrim, like the special edition, how they did like the HD texture thing. My guess is it would have been something like that, whereas what we're talking about now is some sort of a blending of two game engines to like make the game fundamentally look different but run the same. So I think that is the more recent approach, and like maybe that was not the approach at the time these documents were generated, and that's why they targeted the 2022 release. Who knows? That's just me speculating.
That's possible. Yeah. Well, hey, that's why we're here. Also in 2022 was going to be the launch of the Indiana Jones game that Machine Games is working on, the Wolfenstein folks. That game is still not out. We have not seen anything real about it. Apparently development is not going great. There's been some rumors that like that game is struggling. But originally in these docs, they planned for that for a trilogy. Which is also interesting because Machine Games still hasn't finished the Wolfenstein trilogy. So maybe they would do like the first game and then go to Wolfenstein and then come back. I don't know.
Right. Yeah, maybe.
But yeah, we'll see what happens with that game. I would assume that game will release. It's a huge licensed property, but apparently it's not going awesome.
Right, yeah.
2023 was going to see the release of Doom Year Zero, as well as DLC for that game, which is very interesting.
Yeah.
Like, presumably that's a prequel? Maybe not. Maybe it's a post-apocalypse. Like, that's the whole point, is like the world's been reset and you play as Doom Guy. Who knows? Maybe it's a prequel that ends with you being, setting up the first game. Who knows?
Or Far Cry Primal.
Oh, Lord.
But Doom Guy. Doom. It's a Doom Guy shooting cavemen and saber-toothed tigers.
Yeah, dude. Like, I have faith in id to, like, make that awesome. So, sure, I'll play that.
Imagine Glory killing a saber-toothed tiger.
Hell yes, dude. You, like, rip its tooth out and, stick it through its neck? That sounds dope.
You rip a mammoth's trunk off and shove it up its butt.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, dude. No, you shove, like, a shotgun up its trunk.
Oh, yeah,
and then pull the trigger and it makes its head explode.
Right. But it's okay because it's a demon mammoth.
Right, of course. Yeah. Undead mammoth.
Right.
No, and I mean, not that this is a surprise that they're making another Doom game, but I am excited to know that they are making another Doom game, because that series is great.
Yeah.
In 2024 was going to be that Fallout 3 remaster that we mentioned. The Elder Scrolls 6 was going to launch in 2024. LMAO. And then they had an unnamed licensed IP game, which we will maybe never know what it was.
Right.
Dishonored 3 and a Ghostwire Tokyo sequel. So this is where I mention what I said earlier, that some of these games, there is no way they're happening, because there is no way they're going to make a Dishonored 3 or a Ghostwire Tokyo sequel.
Dishonored 3 I could see happening.
Those games sold for shit, dude.
I think there's a world in which that could happen. I do think it is unlikely. Ghostwire Tokyo is absolutely not going to happen.
Yeah. And again, this is, 2+ years ago mentality. And I don't disagree, given the cult status of the Dishonored series, but that series had cult status when Dishonored 2 released, and it still underperformed. Yeah. And then it had more cult status when they put the DLC standalone game out, and that underperformed. So yeah. If I am now the boss, Phil Spencer, I'm saying I don't know that I give a shit that, like, a small number of people of the series, that's not enough. These games don't sell.
Right.
But yeah, there's no way they were making a Ghostwire Tokyo sequel.
No, absolutely not.
And there's no way that Elder Scrolls 6 is coming out next year also.
No. Elder Scrolls 6 is probably 2028 or 2029.
Yeah, dude. That'll be like a launch window game for the next Xbox.
If that, yeah.
If that. Okay, and then they also, in this doc, they had a bunch of other, like, unnamed games that were like Project Polaris or, like, all random Project X type games that are all unannounced early stage things. Again, some of those will be announced and be video games, and other ones I'm sure were concept phase and never got out of it.
Yeah.
One interesting note, like, obviously COVID played a big part in this. Just general game development plays a big part in this, and things moving around and shifting and delays always happen. But I wonder, because also, like, this was constructed before the acquisition, which I guess we should have said at the top of this.
Oh,
like,
yes.
This was when Bethesda, they were an independent, well, not independent, but, like, they were independent of Microsoft. So that could also be a huge factor in why things got moved around. And so I wonder if the Starfield thing became more about, like, all hands on deck. We need to get this game across the finish line. We need some ROI on purchasing your studio. And that has led to some of the delays of the other stuff, like those remasters.
Yeah,
and things
maybe.
Like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, just, again, more speculation. Because Starfield was originally supposed to come out in fiscal year 2021,
right,
which would have been, like, the first couple of months of 2022 at the latest, which that didn't happen either.
No.
So, yeah. So that's the Bethesda leak stuff. Again, it sounds like the Oblivion and Fallout 3 remasters are real.
Yeah.
The Indiana Jones game will be real. I would imagine we're going to get another Doom game. Whether or not it's year zero, hard to say. Dishonored 3, Ghostwire Tokyo, my money is definitely on this is the last we'll ever hear about it.
Probably, yeah.
All right. How about the hot goss?
Oh yeah, spill some tea, brother.
Yeah, so a lot of this stuff, and we talked about this just in all the like dick measuring between Phil Spencer and Jim Ryan on like just like corporate bullshit, which who cares? They're a bunch of millionaire executives. Like none of these people are actually good people.
Yeah, and
so it's
and
worth
they're not talking to
lens.
the public. They're when they say things in public, they're talking to investors.
Yes, and yeah, there's a lot of hubris and ego and speculation in the way these dudes operate, and so all of this, even if it was front facing, should be filtered through a very, very thick lens. Knowing that it's internal communications makes it useless, but it's fun to talk about.
Sure.
All of that said, Phil Spencer wanted to buy Nintendo.
Okay, so I actually have a correction on this. Phil Spencer did not want to buy Nintendo. Phil Spencer was asked by someone outside of the Xbox games division. It was like some BD dude just like reaching out to Phil like, hey, so like all these acquisitions and stuff, Nintendo, right? And Phil's like, yeah, but obviously not, because like it would never fucking happen. But like, thank you for your interest in my games division was basically the back and forth. Phil was much more polite,
did say
but
that yes, he did specifically call out that like Nintendo wouldn't be interested in that,
right?
But he did also say that like, there's a long road to convincing them that their future is outside of hardware sales. So like it wasn't just he has thought about it.
Well, yes, because of course, but it's never been like when you say Phil Spencer wanted to acquire Nintendo in a way that like, yeah, of course, but also it would never happen.
And yeah, I think we actually talked about this when the Activision acquisition was like first announced. Of like, I imagine the list of companies they wanted to acquire was very long.
Yeah.
Because the strategy of these huge mega corporations isn't about we want this one studio and that's what we want to do. Their process is we want to acquire
everything
this type or like, but like more specifically this type of company because it fills this specific type of gap.
Right.
Bethesda might be our top option, but if Bethesda doesn't work, we're just going to move down to the next one on the list. It's not like we acquire Bethesda or we acquire no one. So
right.
That's more of what I mean is Nintendo was undoubtedly on a list of companies like a Sega, a Square Enix. I am sure they had early conversations with every fucking company in the universe about acquiring them because that's how this stuff works. You're right. This wasn't part of their business plan to acquire Nintendo in the next 3 years, but it's more than just him waxing poetic. Like, I do believe that they built out a plan of what that would look like and how to do it, because that's how that shit works.
Yeah. Because they have to.
Yes, absolutely. Because they have to, not because they think it will work.
Believe it would work. Right. Yeah, but because they literally 100%. Have to. Yeah,
100%. It's also in this. And again, they showed interest in a ton of different companies. I think Sega was on the list. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if Square Enix was on the list, but like many larger companies were on the list. They also expressed specific interest in Valve and in WB. The WB issue was that WB was going to give them the studios, but not the IP, which makes sense, I think, from WB's perspective. But that also, like, of course, Microsoft would not be interested in doing that.
Right.
Like, they want the IP. That's the point. They're trying to expand their portfolio of IP. Yeah, so that, a lot of memes and punchy headlines about Phil wanting to buy Nintendo. I obviously said that too because that's the fun part of the story. But you're right. It's much more multi-layered than just like he tried to write like Iwata a check one day. Like,
right.
It doesn't work that way.
And like I wanted to bring that up because when people say this like as a headline or whatever, a lot of times they're leaving out the fact that it was some dude from outside the games division being like a fucking I'm trying to think of an analogy. Like some dude who has like no purview in games being like, I heard about this Nintendo. They sound like a good get. Do you want to acquire Nintendo? And like Phil Spencer, who does this as his fucking job, is like, yeah, dude, I fucking thought about it. Like, yeah, but no. Like, but thanks for your input and showing interest.
The quote that was going around was him referencing that as like a career defining moment or something. But yes, not some. I highly doubt something he thought would actually happen.
No.
It was Capcom. That was the other one I was thinking about, because I think the CEO at Capcom or somebody high up recently came out with a statement of like, we're flattered, but we're happy being independent. Thanks, bye. Yeah. So again, mega corporations, they're constantly trying to acquire anyone they can that fits within their specific business model. So if it wasn't Activision, it would have been someone else. If it wasn't Bethesda, it would have been someone else. This is just the way it goes. And that's not Microsoft. That's all of them. Yeah. Sony is the same fucking way.
Because if there's an outside entity operating in the same space as you, that's called competition. So of course you would want to make the competition you. It's like
absolutely capitalism, baby.
It's the fucking agent from the Matrix.
He just absorbed.
He just like, now you're me. You just Phil Spencer sticks his hand into fucking Iwata's chest and turns him into Phil Spencer. Me.
Oh boy. Okay. Little ones here. In the wake of the PS5 reveal, there was some like glad handing back patting of them saying that it felt really confident about their product. I think Phil like sent an email to a bunch of people like, I feel really good about where we are in the market and our competitive differentiation, blah, 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 in the wake of the PS5 thing, which like didn't age super great. Now that he's out here like, I knew we were going to lose. We had already lost before it launched. Again, just corporate executive bullshit.
Yeah.
They also threw shade at Baldur's Gate 3 before launch. Just saying like they didn't think it was going to be that big of a thing and it had its problems and blah blah blah, which I'm sure is just sour grapes, because at that point they knew Baldur's Gate 3 was not launching day and date with when it was launching on PS5, so maybe some bitterness there that they're expressing internally, which is fair enough to do, and unfortunately became public.
It was some term, it was second something.
Like second rate,
but it
was second rate.
It wasn't, but I think it was a typo, and they meant to put second rate.
Okay.
Because and also like they had no reason to expect that Baldur's Gate would be this huge. Like like some small publisher who makes these kinds of games is making another one of these games, and they perform okay, and they have their audience, and that's fine, but. Like, it's not going to be that big of a deal. And then little did they realize how big it was going to blow up.
One of the higher-ups at, what's the studio that made Baldur's Gate?
Larian Studios.
Larian, thank you. One of the higher-ups at Larian came out in response to this, because, of course, everybody's asking him about it. And he's like, Microsoft isn't the only one that underestimated us. I feel like kind of everybody did. Yeah. So, it's, taking the piss out of Microsoft because this shit leaked and we can see it and make fun of it. But I imagine no one thought that game was going to blow up the way that it did.
Right, yeah.
Speaking
like the
of
casual dismissive attitude that I feel like those meetings engender.
Yes. But speaking of Baldur's Gate, they also had run like an analysis on, because they're trying to build up I guess going back to the Bethesda level stuff and some of the console level stuff with their release schedule, a big part of what like the narrative of some of these documents was how they need to fill the gaps on their first party release schedule, and also how they need to fill gaps on the Game Pass release schedule. Like we need to be really aggressive with third party marketing materials, really aggressive with like third-party exclusivity rights, getting third-party games on a Game Pass, because they knew, and they were correct, that the first-party offerings have been very lacking over the last couple of years. So to that point, they did an analysis on how much money do we need to pay these third-party companies to get their games on Game Pass when they launch. And some of the breakdowns, so for Baldur's Gate 3 was $5 million. This is an estimation. It's not like they went to Larian and was like, hey, how much would you charge us? I imagine some of that might have happened, but largely it's finance people pulling levers and using abacuses and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So $5 million for Baldur's Gate 3, $35 million for Lego Star Wars, which I found hilarious. I love Lego Star Wars. $35 million to have that on Game Pass exclusively? What? Like, that is not enough of a value add.
Yeah.
And then on top of everything, for Star Wars Jedi Survivor, $300 million to get Star Wars Jedi Survivor on Game Pass, which to me is bonkers. Because like,
number.
how much money would that game make in regular game sales on Xbox?
Yeah, like holy shit.
Would it be $300 million? Like, that just seems crazy to me.
It's like someone saw Star Wars and was like, multiply it by 10.
Right. So that's just a couple tidbits of the fun gossip behind the scenes stuff that we don't normally get access to, which is very funny for me working at a tech company, especially working in marketing at a tech company. I see a lot of this kind of stuff too.
Yeah.
Funny in a different way, and sometimes not funny, is seeing people react to all of this stuff with their conspiracy theory bullshit of like, Microsoft leaked this on purpose. They wanted free marketing about all their new games and all their new plans. Because fucking conspiracy culture. Like, I feel like we collectively as a society, and in particular in America, like, we're all so obsessed with everything being a conspiracy that we think everything is a conspiracy. And it's because all these conspiracy documentaries and shit rotting our brains. Like, people are so fucking naive to think, like, literally that they think everything is a conspiracy.
Yeah, and
what
like,
kind of an idiot thinks that Microsoft would do this on purpose?
My response to that is, how smart do you think people are? Because people aren't that smart. Like, a lot of the conspiracies that people, like, manufacture around events implies a lot of intelligence. And that intelligence, I find, just doesn't exist in most places. So it's like, most people don't have the capacity to create conspiracies at this level that people think they do. Like, it's just not gonna happen, man. People are dumb as fuck. More importantly, people are lazy.
Yeah, true.
Conspiracies take a lot of energy.
And so many things could go wrong in a conspiracy.
Exactly.
Like, everything can't be a conspiracy. So to close this out, after like all the leak stuff, the real life news with all of this is also that the CMA, which is that governing body in the UK, have conditionally approved the acquisition merger now. So Microsoft made a couple of tweaks to make them happy, and now they're saying like, yeah, all right, I think we're okay with this. So not that we thought that wouldn't happen, but it has happened. And so that effectively makes it like this is going to happen now.
Yeah.
And it will take a very long time to actually merge companies. Because huge corporations like this, like, it'll take years to actually fully merge, but we'll see how quickly they try to move on like the software front. And especially like, Kyle, to your point of like, when's Call of Duty going to show up on Game Pass? Like, all that kind of stuff.
Totally.
Will be, I was going to say fun to follow, but not so much fun. Interesting to follow.
Yeah. Interesting, not fun.
Because it is a net negative for the industry, as we will talk about, maybe a little later.
Yeah.
Okay, so the second huge story, which maybe fewer people have read about because it's a little more inside baseball level stuff. Unity, which is a game development tool, like an Unreal Engine. Tons of different games use Unity, but I would say generally like a lot of smaller games use Unity. Would you agree with that, Kyle?
Yeah, Unity is very small developer friendly. There are a lot of big games that use it as well, but it is very... there are a lot of tools in place to make development easy for small creators. There's every engine has not public engine, but every third party game development engine has this, but Unity has an especially robust storefront where people generate assets and things that you can license out for use in your games. There's a lot of that stuff. So that, like, if you're not an artist, you can still make a video game kind of a thing without having to, like, pay to bring an artist on to generate stuff. You can just kind of find the things you want piecemeal and get in touch with creators that way. It's built a community around it, basically, that has helped a lot of, like, some grassroots game development. So Unity's really big in that space too.
So unfortunately, maybe like 2 weeks ago, Unity announced a new sort of process, Unity Runtime Fee, that will begin charging a royalty fee based on the number of times a game is installed when that game uses the Unity engine.
Yeah, so basically every Unity game on install also installs the Unity Runtime application. And so they have a way of tracking every time that runtime application is installed.
Yes. So, couple of notes on how it works, and then we can talk about the problem, and then we can talk about some changes that have happened recently to this.
Yeah.
So, the original plan was that this will launch on January 1st, and it will be retroactive to games that have already released, meaning that if a game launched 10 years ago on Unity, if someone installs that game, that developer owes Unity like 20 cents, whatever it is.
Yeah, it's not a small amount. It is like 20 cents per install, basically.
I think it literally is 20 cents per install.
It's pretty high.
Yeah, and generally, games that are pretty successful have many installs, more than 2 or 3, so that 20 cents becomes expensive.
Yeah.
It is worth noting they set a minimum revenue threshold that a game has to reach before this kicks in, as well as a minimum lifetime install count before this kicks in. It was in the several thousands on either end of that. So, like, if you launch a game on Steam and 50 people download it, you don't qualify for this.
Right.
But if it sells 100,000 copies, then absolutely you would. The biggest issue here, which was where a lot of the, response from developers came from, is that, there are developers and former game developers that work at Unity. There is no way that people didn't bring up the potential problems with this process, but they decided to do it anyway. And they did it without consulting current game developers that are their customers.
Right.
Because everybody was surprised by this.
Yes.
They just dropped it out of nowhere. The biggest issues is that this process doesn't take into account game piracy, doesn't take into account free-to-play games, which are installed at a way higher rate than games that you buy. Doesn't take into account charity bundles and giveaways where games are being given away for free. Because if you give away a game for free, or you give it to Humble Bundle, where somebody buys it, that you are making no money because you donated that game to the Humble Bundle. And not only are you now making no money, but you have to pay 20 cents for every person that installs your game that buys it through the Humble Bundle.
Yep.
Doesn't take into account Steam discounts, where more people will buy your game, therefore you have more installs, so that throws off the math and how much is it worth discounting our game, because if we were going to do 15%, but that'll lead to X amount of more users, so would it be more effective to only mark it down 10% to get less people to buy the game, but then the less people to install it, so we have to pay less money back to Unity? Like, none of that stuff was taken into account.
It's fucked up.
There are also plenty of people that install and uninstall games regularly. When, I install a game, I beat it. Yeah, I beat a game, I uninstall it. A couple years later, I come back to it, I install it again. That counts. So that developer has to pay for my second install.
Yep.
It also creates, somebody coined the term install bombing, where instead of review bombing of this game is too woke, I'm going to leave it a negative review on Steam. Now someone can buy the game and just install and uninstall it ad infinitum, so that the developer continually has to pay 20 cents every single time that jackass installs the game. There was no control over any of that. What the fuck? And maybe even worse than all of that was that it felt so targeted against smaller developers because it's a flat fee per install. So if you sell a game for $60, it's 20 cents per install. If you sell a game for $5, it's 20 cents per install. It doesn't matter.
Right.
So the scale of games is so off kilter. Obviously, you could say these bigger games by, bigger AAA developers, they're going to sell way more units than a smaller game would, which by and large is true. But also their budgets are much higher. Their teams are much bigger. They have way more capital to be working with. A lot of these smaller games is people paying out of their own fucking pocket, which is one of the reasons they're using Unity in the first place, to save money, and now you're going to be gouging them after the fact, especially because it's fucking retroactive. So a game that goes viral that released 2 years ago, like, it's a bad example, but think about Among Us. That game came out, and then a couple years later became wildly successful. That would still fucking qualify for this, of people downloading it after the fact, if imagining that as a Steam game.
Right.
It's fucked up.
It is.
So some of the ways that you can get around this, because of course, a free-to-play game can be exempted from the Unity runtime fee if they use Unity's branded monetization service. So if you have a free-to-play game and you're using some other way to monetize your games, fuck you. But if you pay us more money, we won't charge you per install. Also, the thresholds of how many copies you sell, how much money you make, those can be raised if you pay Unity for a higher tier subscription. So their pro package or enterprise package or whatever their nomenclature is for those.
Yeah.
Which again, just punishes small developers that don't need the extra tools, can't afford the higher subscriptions. So the big AAA companies that are on their enterprise plan, they're like, oh, well, this doesn't really affect us that much because we're on this plan. We sell X and Y and Z. It's a small amount of money in the grand scheme. Versus a small developer that's not on the enterprise plan, they're just getting fucked every single way.
Yeah.
So they launched this.
There are a lot of people that were...
I should say, yeah, they announced this. Not launch. It's set to go into effect on January 1st. They announced this. People are generally unhappy.
Yeah.
They make their voices heard.
Uh-huh.
And then a couple of days later, Unity comes out and they're like, hey, we're sorry. Like that South Park bit with the BP oil spill. We're sorry. Like a bunch of... As if they didn't fucking know this is what was going to happen.
Yeah.
So they issue an apology. And they've also made some tweaks. So fees, those install fees will no longer apply to some of the lower tier Unity subscriptions, only their higher tier subscriptions. Excuse me. So the smallest of the small devs will not be impacted by this. It will no longer be retroactive. Only net new launches after that time in 2024. So... your game came out 3 years ago. You're not paying an install fee for people that install the game now.
Right.
They also increased the threshold. I think it's $100,000 that you've had to make and 100,000 sales that you have to have. So again, that protects the smallest of the small developers from being part of this. And this announcement...
They doubled it up to 200.
Oh, okay.
Is what they did. It was 100,000 before, and now it's... The revenue threshold is 200,000.
Okay. Yeah, good. So better. Doesn't solve the primary problem here where they're just introducing a new subscription fee. So a lot of people who had come out and being like, fuck Unity, we're going to cancel our game. We're going to move to a different, game engine. We're doing X and Y and Z. It hasn't really changed a lot of minds from that perspective.
Right.
There's already been a game, Ballistic NG, which is a wipeout style racing game that's really highly regarded. They were currently working and had been working on porting their game to Switch, and they're no longer doing that. They canceled it because they don't want to have to pay Unity for every install of the game. So they're just saying, sorry guys, this is no longer going to happen. And in their statement, they kind of implied also, they're like, we look forward to working on our next game on the Switch or the next console on a system other than Unity.
Right.
So implying that their next game will not be made on Unity game engine.
Yeah. So even if this doesn't apply to you as a developer who uses Unity or barely affects you,
right?
Just the fact that Unity has determined at any time that they can completely change their terms of service.
Yeah, the trust is totally broken.
Yeah, why would you continue to hitch your horse to that wagon? That's not a smart move, and I don't think this is recoverable. I don't think. I think Unity's it'll be around, but they'll probably end up like making fucking software for military applications is going to be my guess.
We'll see. They're a pretty big platform. I mean, all they need to do is, lay off 30% of their workfore, and then they're back to profitable, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because it's those people's fault that this happened.
Yes, correct.
Another little wrinkle to this is like after the announcement and before they kind of walked back some of the terms, they closed 2 of their offices temporarily and they canceled like an internal town hall meeting because they had a credible death threat. So that'll show you the level of upsetness that was happening. I believe
in the wake of death threat was from an employee.
Yes, because a lot of employees didn't know that this was happening.
Right.
Like they were not informed ahead of time, and I saw several employees quit in the wake of this being announced. Like publicly resigning because they didn't want to be part of it.
Yeah.
That just shows how fucked up that leadership is. Like, what fucking horrible people.
Yeah.
I'm so sick of it. So sick of these old fucking white dudes.
And, the real reason Unity did this is because games like Fortnite, or like other mobile games that run on Unity, they're making insane amounts of money. They're putting like $25 million every day, every week, whatever it is. And Unity's like, we want a slice of that pie. We want a bigger, like, our terms are not, you're generating, exponentially more revenue than what we feel like, and we feel like our cut of that is not enough. So like they did these changes to try and get a bigger piece of the pie from those kinds of games, but in doing so, completely just pissed all over their entire user base.
Well, and it's a bad strategy. Like they should be pitying Epic Games with Fortnite because they're not making any money because they just had to lay off 16% of their staff.
Right. Yeah.
They poor leadership at Epic. They laid off 830 people because they're not making any money.
Well, yeah,
they are.
They're making the Fortnite boom and bust curve has finally started. The bust portion of that, the bell curve. They're on the downward bell curve now with Fortnite, and so they're panicking.
They are extremely profitable still, but they're not as profitable as they could be.
I know. Yeah. So sorry,
we need just like more profit.
We just can't keep you around.
Do you think me, the billionaire CEO of Epic, do you think that I'm going to take any flack considering I made all of the decisions that put us in this spot? No, just fucking fire everyone.
Uh-huh.
So, Epic Games has laid off, or I should say, it's still like rumorish. Because they haven't made I don't believe at the time of recording have made like an official public statement about it. But they have taken some actions. They have sold off Bandcamp, which they acquired not too long ago, the like music streaming service. They had a web services firm called Super Awesome that they also like sold back to the original owners that they had purchased it from recently.
Right.
So those two things, Bandcamp and Super Awesome, equates to about 250 people. The rest of the staff they have said like is primarily in departments outside of Unreal Engine and Fortnite, which are their like 2 big money makers.
Right.
Mediatonic, the development studio behind Fall Guys, were apparently very heavily impacted. Yes. I think I read somewhere like 70% of that studio. Which like I think they had a couple hundred employees, which is crazy. Seems very large for the types of games they make, but who knows? But yeah, it fucking sucks. A bunch of other layoffs happened. Embracer Group laid off 10 people at Crystal Dynamics, 9 people in marketing, and 1 person in IT. They also put out a statement, which I'm gonna read because it's fucking gross. It says, "We want to reassure fans that there will be no impact to our continuing efforts with our partners at the Initiative on Perfect Dark or our next Tomb Raider title being developed in collaboration with Amazon Games." End quote. Oh man, thanks, Embracer. Oh, that gives me the warm and fuzzies to know that me, a gamer, I'm not going to be impacted by you eliminating the livelihoods of 10 human beings.
Uh-huh.
I'm so glad you said that because I don't care about people. Just like you. You don't care about people, and neither do I. It's gross, especially working in marketing, to have the implication of like, these 10 people we fired, they don't fucking matter.
Right.
They had no impact on
You're
what
still
we're doing
getting your video games, baby.
Yeah, that's all we care about. They also laid off 26 people at Beamdog, which is a studio that made Baldur's Gate Enhanced Edition and just launched MythForce. The game just fucking came out, and they laid off 26 people.
Congratulations on the release. Here's your fucking exit notice.
Hey, guess what? A fuck ton of people at Activision Blizzard King are going to get laid off over the next few years. A fuck ton of them. So thousands of people.
So many, dude.
Creative Assembly recently canceled a game that they had announced, Hyenas. I think it was at Summer
just
Game
this past
Fest?
June. It was at Summer Game Fest this past June.
They announced it there, and it was like a CG style trailer. It was one of those extraction shooters, those.
Yeah.
It was really, it had its own unique style where like it's punk rock. It's like punk rock cyberpunk. No other extraction shooters are doing that vibe. So yeah, they canceled that game, and after canceling the game, they're also laying people off because, of course. And then also, I don't remember if we talked about this last time, but Striking Distance, the makers of Callisto Protocol, laid off 30 people back in June. They have around 90 folks there now. They also just announced Glenn Schofield, who's the studio head. Former, the Dead Space creator guy.
Yeah. He
is leaving the studio along with the COO and the CFO, have all left, quote unquote, voluntarily. Who knows if it's actually voluntarily, if it might be their ownership company's like, hey, y'all fucked up the launch of this game. People hate it. Get out of here. Or it could be them realizing that the company's going to go under anyway, so might as well get out while they still have some, ego intact. Or, third option, it could be they know the studio is really struggling. They just had a layoff. The three of them leaving compensates for like 10 people's salaries that now don't have to get laid off. So any of those could be true. The last one is maybe a little optimistic, but possible. But yeah, it's just like layoffs continue to happen fucking everywhere. Everything's a nightmare. The year has been one of the best games in gaming history, and yet people are getting laid off left, right, and center because capitalism, dude. Fucking capitalism.
It's the way it
Our
goes.
profits need to be higher. The fact that we are profitable does not matter. The profits need to be higher. More profit for our shareholders. The people that do nothing. They sit on their fucking fat asses and collect fake monopoly money from Wall Street. Those are the people that matter. Not the families with kids that need health insurance. The millionaires. We got to make sure the people that are worth $50 million are worth $51 million next week. Because God forbid they're only worth $48 million.
Yeah, look, if they're only worth $48 million next week, you have to cut a few thousand people loose, man.
Yeah, it's our only option. Look, my bonus as the CEO, my salary is $6 million a year. My bonus, which is an additional 3.5, I only get my bonus when we're hitting profit loss metrics.
I didn't know this podcast was that profitable.
Yeah, we're not looking that good on the profit loss. If we lay off, 500 people, we'll get back into the right, mix where I'm getting my bonus, baby. Could I give some of my salary to the company as a leader who makes all the decisions that put us in this negative position? Could I take responsibility and either, leave the company, sacrifice some of my, salary to save jobs? Fuck no. I got bills to pay. Those bills account for 2% of my net worth, but I still got to pay them. Who gives a shit about the people that are living month to month, can't afford to buy a house because the housing market is fucked, are paying $2,500 a month for a one-bedroom apartment? Who gives a shit about those people? I need my $1 million so it could sit in the fucking stock market, never see the light of day, and then I'll give it to my son when I die so he can grow up to be an asshole and do the same thing all over again.
I can't wait. I can't wait for the day when our podcast profits decline and you lay me off to save yourself. And I play you back this rant and show you the mirror. Show you the mirror of your own...
cracked mirror.
Yeah, the cracked mirror of your own demonic capitalist nature.
Oh, man. It makes me so fucking angry.
Do you feel,
which is probably
do you
clear.
feel better or worse?
Worse.
Okay, well.
It doesn't feel good to rant about this. This is why, like, before we started recording, I was like, I might skip the layoff section. Because, like, look, and this is why I included it. I don't include it because I want to go off on a rant. I can't help myself. But I include it because it's possible that there are people listening to this podcast that don't hear this stuff.
Yeah. Because
they're not as deep in the industry as we are.
That's fair.
This is not fun to talk about. It's not fun to hear about. But this is real life for real human beings. Like with these layoffs, this is like 1,000 people, 1,000 human beings that we have talked about who don't have health insurance, don't have an income. And a vast majority of them, it's not like they have something else. They now have to go find another job in game development or in marketing or whatever it is at companies that also just laid off a bunch of people, because that's what's happening. I just lived this over the last several months.
Right.
It is horrendous out there. And it's gross. And like, I had to tap into a selfishness that not that I did anything bad, but like my mentality was I have to look out for myself. And then when I get something, I can pay it forward. And I believe that I did that. I feel good about what I did in trying to help other people and meeting people and making connections. Like, that's the most that I can do. But while I'm looking, I have to be selfish. I have 2 children. I don't have health insurance. My son's on Medicaid because he has health issues. Because otherwise we would have been fucked. We would have been racking up our credit card, to your point on bad credit card interest rates. Like, we just bought a house less than a year ago. A couple of months of me being unemployed, and we would have had to consider, I don't even know what, because we wouldn't be able to sell our house that fast, but it would have been very bad. And that is now the lives of 1,000 people because a bunch of fucking millionaires didn't want to lose pennies on the dollar. It is fucking evil, and I hate it. So we were also going to talk about the Nintendo Direct and the PlayStation Showcase. I don't know that. Are there things in here you want to talk about? Because it's just like there were some game announcements, some like gameplay stuff was shown. I'm not saying we should skip it because I'm in a shitty mood. It's more like, does this add value? Do you want to talk about it?
I'm sad now.
Fuck.
I want to go back to Cyberpunk and Witchfire.
Yeah. I'm with you.
And how
I want to go back to Starfield.
Remember,
I would much rather be complaining about Starfield right
remember
now.
how good we felt coming off of we'd probably forget that game, and then we started in on the damn news again.
This is a different life.
Let's
talk about, because there were a couple of new game announcements that it's worth talking about.
Yeah,
here.
let's at least mention this. So with the Nintendo Direct,
yes.
They showed off that Detective Pikachu Returns, which got a new trailer for that. They did the classic video games,
the bait and switch
of the F-Zero 99.
You're making a new F-Zero game? Oh no, it's a multiplayer game.
Yeah, but it was also like an announced release kind of deal, like a catch and release immediately. So it's graphically it's the original F-Zero style. And it's 99, so you can probably guess it's a battle royale, a racer royale. A lot of people like it. I could not.
It looks fun.
Possibly care less.
I mean, it's available. You have to have Nintendo Switch Online, so I can't play it even if I wanted to. But like watching it looks like it'd be a good time. Very accessible, quick. Like it seems like an easy one to just dive in and check out.
Sure.
Super Mario RPG.
The remake.
Yes, the remake. I think this was a release date announcement. I don't think they had announced a release date for this. It's coming out November 17th.
Yeah, right around
the corner. New trailer. Looks adorable.
Yeah, this looks good.
Very excited.
I never played it originally, so I do want to play this. I don't want to have to play it on my Switch, but I might have to.
Fair.
I might have to.
Fair.
And then they announced Mario vs. Donkey Kong, which is it's more or less a remake of the original one that came out on, I think it was DS. And I don't like the art. There's something weird about it that I don't like. Yes. I don't think it looks good. And ostensibly, it's just that game again. So I think it's more of a kid-friendly game. I think. Sure. I mean, like all Mario games are, but it's more of a puzzle game. But it's a puzzle game that's more aimed at kids. So like the puzzle's very simple, kind of stuff going on. Then they announced brand new game, Princess Peach Showtime, which is
they teased this at their last direct, but it didn't have a name. They just said a new adventure for Princess Peach.
Right, yeah.
But this they actually showed what it is
and all the gameplay and stuff.
Yeah.
It looks fun. It's another one of those third-person Nintendo games where it's the
side-scrolling it's like a Kirby game. You have different outfits.
It's Mario and Kirby where you put on different outfits and she fills different roles and has
seems fine.
Sure, it's another Nintendo game.
I don't know that I really care, but it seems fine.
Yeah, either you're up for that or you're not. They're doing the Barbie thing with Peach, where it's like Peach can be anything and do anything, which I think is I think that's a net positive for kids playing it.
Sure,
they're
yes.
Hey, it's not just Mario that gets to do all the fun stuff.
Right.
So I think that's probably a net positive. Then Luigi's Mansion 2 HD, which is interesting because not a lot of people like Luigi's Mansion 2. People really like that first one, and I think a lot of people like the third one, yeah, but not a lot of love for the second one. So, but I guess this is the thing you kind of have to do because you're doing all the other stuff. So,
right.
I bet this one's coming in summer of 2024, so next summer. That's about a year away. And then they ended it with a real banger. The why hasn't this fucking happened yet announcement, which is Paper Mario Thousand Year Door HD, also coming next year.
And this doesn't. I mean, I didn't play the original, but it seems like this is not just a reskin. This is a ground up remake visually of that game.
Well, maybe. I think it looks exactly like playing it on an emulator looks. To me is what that looks. Not that I would know. But
I've seen pictures.
Yeah, exactly. They're doing some new things. There are a couple new battle mechanic stuff they're throwing in there, so it's not just a reskin.
Some new gameplay stuff.
Yeah, they're a couple small things. But apparently, so that first Paper Mario Thousand Year Door on the GameCube runs at 60 frames per second. A blistering 60 frames. This one is rumored to run at 30 frames per second.
But that's lower.
It is. It's almost half. Wait, no. Hang on. Okay, this just in. It is half the frame rate of the original. And one of the gameplay mechanics...
Is it like golf? Do you want lower frames?
No, frame rate's not a golf score, Shay.
Oh, man. That's no good.
Look, I think Nintendo heard that the human eye, or film, is only 24 frames per second.
They're trying to get as close as they can to recreating the film experience.
Exactly.
I mean, with the success of Super Mario Brothers movie, that's probably, everything should be...
Exactly. It's especially bad because... one of the main combat mechanics in Paper Mario Thousand Year Door is timing your blocks and your attacks. And so having less frames in which to determine that time frame and that timing is a net negative.
Yeah.
So unless they're going to widen that timing a little bit to adjust for that, I see this as being maybe not the way to play this game.
That is a bummer because
Yeah.
I did not play it, and I was now looking because how highly regarded this game is.
Yeah.
I was very excited.
I mean, if you've never played
sure
it, if you've never played it before, I'm sure it will be fine. These are small complaints, but it's also you are Nintendo. How do you keep fucking up the things that people love?
Well, and it's because I just to take stock of this Direct was pretty jam-packed of big announcements and big updates on first-party games that people want. Their release schedule over the next year, Detective Pikachu Returns in October, F-Zero 99 is out now. I wouldn't consider it a big release, but Super Mario RPG in November, Mario vs. Donkey Kong in February, Princess Peach in March, Luigi's Mansion 2 in the summer, Paper Mario Thousand Year Door, presumably in the fall, late summer, whatever it might be next year.
Right.
That's a pretty hefty release list for a console that everyone's like, they're announcing the next Switch next year for sure.
Right, yeah.
So that seems wild to me that they're really... I mean, the Switch sold very, very well. So maybe the financial analysts are wrong and Nintendo's just trying to squeeze all the juice they can out of this.
I mean, yeah, like the install base for the Switch is astronomical.
Yeah. So maybe it's a, announce late next year, launch in 2025 type thing.
Maybe, yeah. I can see it.
It's also worth mentioning as I walk through all those big games, looking back at it, 3 of them, 3 of the 6 are HD remasters.
Yeah.
And one of them is like a new game in a well-trodden, or 2 of them are new games in a well-trodden series. And the final remaining game, which is Princess Peach, is a pretty expected approach to their games. Oh, fuck, I didn't even mention Super Mario Wonder, which comes out as well.
Oh, yeah, they showed that.
Because that wasn't in the showcase, but like that's a lot of...
Yeah,
again,
they showed the last one, right?
Oh, did they?
I think...
Yes, they had a dedicated direct for Super Mario Wonder. But yeah, point being, a lot of big games, man.
Yeah, if you're into that kind of thing.
Yes, big games in the scope of Nintendo,
right?
Yeah. Okay, and then there was also a PlayStation showcase. They showed off some baby steps. I know, like, you're into this.
No, I'm not.
Oh, I thought you were. I thought you liked this, like, kind of humor.
No, I mean, I thought the humor's fine. I don't like these kinds of games. Baby Steps by the new Bennett Foddy game.
Yeah.
Where the game is trying to make the dude walk.
Yeah. It looked annoying, man.
It's streamer bait is all it really is.
Yeah, it looked fucking annoying.
That's that whole genre.
It reminds me of like the Justin Roiland style humor where it's like, I'm going to make the same joke 50 times in a row and that's what's funny about it. And like, that just fuck off with that. I'm cutting some of these because I don't know why I wrote some of these down because we don't give a shit about them.
There are a couple of VR games.
Yeah, Resident Evil 4 VR.
But not
given how you feel about
one.
Resident Evil 4. Yeah,
there is already a Resident Evil 4 VR, and it's maybe one of the best VR games ever made. So I don't know why there's this other one on the list.
Yeah, what is this game? Yeah. They did a bigger showcase on Avatar Frontiers of Pandora.
Yeah.
Which I know what this game is, so I shouldn't let a trailer like this change my mind. But this trailer I did, and I was like, this looks kind of fun.
I know, right?
But like, I know it's gonna.
Well.
It did, but I also know what it's gonna be, and what it's gonna be is not something that I want.
I still love blue hands holding an assault rifle, dude.
It's very funny.
So funny. Damn.
Like a fucking missile launcher.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. They showed some more Ghost Runner 2, which I think looks cool. I know you played the first one and did not like it.
Yeah,
right?
I played it for like 20 minutes and hated it.
Well, just because it's like a one-hit kill.
Yeah.
I think it looks neat.
It's got a good vibe and good music. I just don't want to play it.
Yeah. And then they showed off the Deep Earth collection.
Oh, yeah.
Which are new, like, controller colors and system cover skins.
Yeah, I do not envy those. I do not envy those designers. It's like, how do you turn the ugliest console ever produced into being less ugly? And it's just lipstick on a pig, man.
And it's funny because, like, the iPhone 15 shit that just came out with, like, oh, it's made with titanium. And, like, they do, like, their whole thing is fucking meteor rock. That's how we're building this shit now. Like, it's all, like, it's the dumbest thing ever.
Your phone's
it's not
from
like,
space.
But that's the vibe that they give. And this reminded me of that also, where it's, like, colors from the earth, from deep in the core of the earth. Like, this metal gray kind of. And I'm just like... Shut up. Like, who cares? It's just a blue color.
Yeah, it's
you're not inventing something
like
new.
Commercials for shampoo. It's like the fuck
or like
fuck off.
Oh man, for like perfume and cologne.
Yeah.
Saw such a good commercial the other night. I was hanging out with Kelly. We got a commercial for some cologne with Jake Gyllenhaal in it,
and
he's like on a sailboat in the ocean at night, and he's like exploring, and it was like, the new Parfum de Papa from Fruity 2, like French bullshit. I'm like, what are we even doing here? You can't smell it through the TV, man.
Jake Gyllenhaal.
Jake Gyllenhaal. Okay. On February 8th comes Helldivers 2, which a lot of people are hyped about. It looks very fun. They did the I was going to say fake, group chat, but it was actually real. And I liked that because they specifically were like, oh, shoot, I missed that shot. Like that kind of stuff. And it was very charming. So that was like a good version of the
really. It's still
chat.
read as manufactured to me.
It read as they're following a script and a structure, but they're actually playing it and being human beings. They're not like dubbing it over after the fact. Like my mind goes to the reveal of
Division.
The Division.
Yeah.
That was the fakest sounding squad chat.
Right.
This absolutely, like they had a plan. They were trying to showcase these things and say these things, but it went kind of wrong at times, and they used that, and that I liked because it was like actual people playing the game and talking about it.
I just don't know what the value is. Like you could have just shown the gameplay.
But
I don't want to listen to these three annoying people talk.
But in a squad-based game, that's the experience that they're trying to like replicate to showcase.
Yeah, but like my friends don't talk like that. And
yeah,
I don't feel represented in that moment or attracted to that experience. I would not want to play with someone who talked like either any of those three people.
Well, yes, and God forbid you, as a straight white man in your 30s, not feel represented by something in video games. God, just the absolute worst thing that could happen.
I'm just saying that's why I was not drawn in. I'm not saying you have to cater it to me. I'm saying this is why I was not drawn in.
I 100% knew what you meant, but couldn't resist, And then we saw some more Spider-Man 2. That game looks great. I know you don't care, but I am very excited to play it.
Yeah, I'm not a spider, so I don't feel represented.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. But you are a man.
Some people would say, yeah.
And then we saw more Foam Stars, which continues to look real dumb.
Oh, yeah.
And then we got a hype trailer for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And a release date, which is February 29th.
Yeah.
Which I am very excited about.
I'm so sad because, like, I want to play it because I want the story and it looks great. I don't want to play it because I don't like the combat.
Did you experiment playing as different characters?
Yeah, I don't think they did a good job with that. Like, it felt like there was always a right or wrong choice. It didn't feel like I could just main as the character I liked or whatever. I felt like there was always a right or wrong choice that I should be doing there.
I played through like half or maybe 2/3 of the game maining as Cloud because like that's what you're supposed to do, and only switching to the other characters when it was like circumstance dictated. And then I was like, I'm not having that much fun playing as Cloud. He's kind of a boring character. Let me check out Tifa. And it was super fun because she's so dynamic and like acrobatic and all the punchy fun stuff. And I had a great time through the rest of the game. And I predominantly played as her like when I had the option. And it totally changed the game for me. Like I loved the rest of the game because of that.
Yeah, I started playing as Barrett because Barrett was like, I wanted to be able to stand back and like see the combat more instead of having to like get up in it. But I imagine Barrett's Barrett's not that fun to play.
Yeah, totally.
And like when I was not playing the other characters, they were fucking getting rocked.
Sure, fair enough.
So it just it didn't click with me.
I do think because the little DLC that they did with Yuffie and whatever that other character is, I can't remember his name, but both of them I thought controlled really great. Red 13 is in the next one, and he seems like pretty like fast paced in how he fights. So hopefully there's more variety in this game with more options.
Sure.
In party members. There's a section I think you play as Zack at specific times. Sephiroth it looks like is in your party at specific times. So hopefully there's a lot more options.
Yeah.
In this new
My
one.
point is they should just make a turn-based mode for me and me alone.
Oh, okay, great.
That's my point.
Because then you'd feel represented.
Exactly. Yes. As a turn-based man, I would feel represented.
Okay. Well, that's the news.
Yeah.
I'm glad we went back and covered those, like the Nintendo Direct. And
I feel better now.
Moving on to the rest of the podcast after ranting about layoffs would have been not a fun time.
Yeah.
So now we're back in positive land. So let's talk about the October game releases, and then we'll do our October Game Club reveal. There are a lot of games coming out in October.
October's a packed month.
Video games are happening. So on the 3rd, when does this podcast come out? On Monday, what date is that? Second, thank you. So, yes, all this stuff will be net new. So on the 3rd is Silent Hope, which is a game coming out on Switch. This I included because it's got kind of that chibi turn-based RPG. It reminded me a little bit visually of, or I should say not turn-based, but the like active time battle style combat, where it's it reminds me a little bit of Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles in its presentation.
Yeah.
But it's just that like old school JRPG looking thing, and it's a Switch game. Those are usually pretty easy to pick up and play. On the 4th is Hellboy Web of Weird, which I don't know that much about. I know that they do some procedural generation in the levels that you play, but I have not seen hardly anything about this game, which is a concern.
Yeah, me neither.
Also on the 4th is the Lamplighters League, which is coming to Game Pass, and I don't remember what this game was. I know it's multiplayer.
It's a third-person tactical RPG, so like XCOM-like. It's one of those.
Ah, yes, one of those.
But like with a more like casual kind of tone, not like dark like XCOM. It's more like we're exploring dungeons and stuff, and it like archaeologist type.
Indiana Jones
kind
of vibe.
Yes, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Also on the 4th, Warhammer 40k Darktide comes to Game Pass. It's finally releasing on Xbox.
Yeah.
Who knows if it will work, but it is going to release.
Yeah.
And then on the 5th, Assassin's Creed. Well, because I guess going back to Warhammer, if it comes out and it works, I would like to play that with you.
Okay.
Because I want to check that out. I've heard really great things about it. Well, if it works, I want to play it.
It was fun until you got to the progression, and the progression sucked. But playing it was fun.
That is one of the things that they have been tweaking over time since it was launched on PC. So if some of that is better.
Yeah. I would play it with you.
On the 5th, Assassin's Creed Mirage. Very curious.
Yeah, I don't like given the rest of the month and what I'm currently playing, I don't know if I'm going to get that on release.
Yeah, I'm definitely not. I want to see what reviews look like.
Sure.
Because I do not expect it to be a great game. It does not look that good visually. It does not have very many like new ideas. It is very like we're just making the first game because that's what y'all say you wanted, and I don't think that's actually what people want.
Maybe not.
On the 5th as well, Stop Dead. This game looks fucking crazy, dude. Did you watch any of this? Look up this game. So this is a game, it's a first-person sort of Mirror's Edge style game, but the whole point is you can't stop moving. If you stop moving, you die.
Okay.
And so it's just like, it kind of like a Ghost Runner in its approach, where it's very fast-paced, you're very like ninja, agile-like, you have sort of a gravity gun power where you can just pick up shit in the environment and throw it at the enemies. It's just like a super fast-paced, boomer shooter-esque kind of game. It looks wild.
Huh, yeah, I'm looking at it now. Yeah, that looks fucking insane.
Yeah. On October 10th, Forza Motorsport. It's on Game Pass. It's a racing game.
No. It's got cars.
It's got cars. On October 13th, Lords of the Fallen.
This I am getting.
I'm going to
try and play
this
co-op
of this. The whole like mixed reality where you use the sort of lantern to like shift the that seems very cool. And again, talking about Liza P, like an actual gameplay system that further differentiates itself from the FromSoft stuff. Like I think that's a really smart move for them.
Yeah, and like it looks like the closest anyone besides FromSoft has gotten to making a FromSoft game.
Mm-hmm.
It looks real close, like kind of indistinguishable from a main one of those. Looks good.
Yeah. October 14th, Detective Pikachu Returns, which we talked about a little bit. We don't care. I'm happy for people that are happy. I'm excited.
I would play that game if someone modded in Danny DeVito doing all the lines. I still want that.
Yeah. On October 17th is Sonic Superstars. I am not happy for people that are excited for a new Sonic game.
No, if you're excited for a new Sonic game, you're part of the problem.
In fairness, this is a like back to the roots, old school side scroller. It's got multiplayer. I'm
don't
sure,
make concessions.
But I'm saying like people that are looking for that experience, I imagine this will scratch that itch, and that's fine. It's when Sonic tries to do other things that my patience runs dry.
Like kiss human ladies?
Or like Sonic Frontiers. Like, people that defend that game, they're literally insane.
Yep.
On October 18th, Dread Hunter, which is a PC game. This I found through my boy Skill Up, the YouTuber. He does like a, keep this on your radar kind of style every month to like highlight a new game coming out. This is I would say it visually is like Doom in its art direction, but it is like a more cartoony, isometric, fast-paced, like a twin stick shooter.
Yeah, there we go.
Thank you. I was looking for that term, but it's very over the top. Lots of bosses, quick movements, fun guns. Again, it's like that fast-paced shooter that is just, if you nail the feel, that can get you very, very far. So that's out in early access on the 18th. On the 19th is Endless Dungeon,
which is not the anime lady game that I thought it was, right? Man,
I don't remember when I thought that one.
Yeah, I thought this was that one anime game, and it's not.
Oh, sure, okay.
This is also an isometric.
Yes.
Like run.
It's a roguelite. It's multiplayer. It's that style of game.
Yep.
Also on the 19th, Hot Wheels Unleashed 2, which I would totally play if it was on Game Pass, but I haven't seen anything about it being on Game Pass, so I won't be playing it, which bums me out. And then on the 20th, Spider-Man 2. I am hyped. I will actually plan to play this day one. There are not many games these days that like day one I'm logging in and playing, just because I always have such a big backlog that I usually wait a couple weeks or months. But this game, like I'm gonna play immediately. Also on the 20th, Super Mario Bros. Wonder, which I'm very on the fence about after that recent Nintendo Direct. It kind of warmed me a little bit to the ideas of what was happening, like the level of weirdness I like that Nintendo does, but a side-scrolling Mario, I just don't really want to play that kind of game. So I'm kind of on the fence, which means I probably won't play it. But I don't know.
It's the first Mario game Martinette's not voicing Mario in.
Yeah, I mean, but that's going to be every Mario game from now. It's not like I'm never going to play a Mario game again.
I'm just saying, it's the first one. It's the new era.
It is a sad era. And then on the 24th is City Skylines 2, which, like, as of today, is only launching on PC. They have delayed the console version, I believe, to next year. So wow. I have not seen an official statement on this, but because this was going to be on Game Pass, I imagine it will still be on Game Pass, but only on PC. And then on the 24th as well, we have Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1, which is the first 3 games, right?
Yeah, and like the old Metal Gear games. Okay. I am getting this just so they'll know they should make a Volume 2 with Metal Gear Solid 4.
Yeah, I'm sure Konami cares. October 26th, Ghost Runner 2. We chatted about that a little bit already. It looks fast-paced and fun. October 27th, Alan Wake 2. No one really cares about that. On the 27th is The Lord of the Rings Return to Moria, which looks sick. Excuse me. It's sort of a cave-based town builder, explorer, dungeon crawler. I am very excited for you to play this.
Lord of the Rings, Lord of the Rings dwarf survival game.
Lord of the Rings Kyle game.
Yeah.
And then the last game in October, releasing on Halloween, is Jusant, which is
actually the T is silent.
Jusant. I don't care. French bullshit.
Hey, I took 2 full years of French, cheated my way through almost all of it, but I do know it would be pronounced Jusant.
But in all sincerity, I am greatly looking forward to this. This is the new Don't Nod game. Reminds me a lot of Rhyme. You're kind of climbing a mountain, some sort of
this
ethereal
looks like
storytelling.
Looks like a good meditation game.
Yeah,
like just
and it's coming to Game Pass, which is perfect.
Yeah.
Speaking of Game Pass, we looked back, knowing that there's a bunch of stuff coming out in October. Not a ton of stuff. Like, obviously I'm hyped about Spider-Man. You're hyped about Alan Wake 2. Neither of us is going to play the opposite game. So, like, that doesn't work for Game Pass. We might check out Dark Tide, but there wasn't, like, a perfect fit. So we looked back at September, and a great game for this, because it just came out on Game Pass a matter of days ago when y'all are listening to this, which is Cocoon. So this is a puzzle game by the, one of the higher up guys. I mentioned this last episode and I forgot to look up what his actual title was. But he was like one of the creative directors behind Limbo and Inside. This game does not have that kind of scary, weird vibe to it. It's more of not a straightforward puzzle game, but like it doesn't have a scary tone. I watched the review of this that IGN posted because I wanted to see some gameplay. It looks complicated.
Yes.
I'm a little afraid that it's going to be more than what I want, but I'm excited to check it out and give it a try. And
yeah, me too.
Hey, I thought I was going to be terrible at We'd Probably Forget That game.
True.
So thinking I'm going to be terrible at this, maybe it'll be okay. We shall see. But yeah, excited to play through that. We'll talk about that next episode. If you want to play along and send us your thoughts, you can do that to info@SheaHatesEverything.com. Check out Cocoon. Maybe write us a review. Give us some bullet points. What do you like? What do you don't like? And we'll include you in the next podcast. Okay. Before we move on to emails, I mentioned at the top, bringing back a fan favorite segment. I don't know that I'm going to do this every month, but I felt called this month.
Boy,
and that is the return of Hate of the Week.
Hate of the Week.
So, for those that, recent listeners since we relaunched the podcast, I haven't been doing Hate of the Week. This is an old segment we did, kind of, we were doing a bi-weekly podcast, and it was basically just like a Shea's rant of the episode. Huge variety of potential topics. For the purposes of my mental sanity, as we all listen to me go on about, the state of the job market today, these are going to be specific to the podcast topics. So I'm not going to wax poetic about a bunch of like big picture shit. Existential stuff, like I have to block my mind as much as I can. It's too depressing. I can't deal with it anymore. That's why I got off Twitter.
Got to make the sads go away.
Yeah. It be like that sometimes, I wanted to call out people that get mad at sequel games for being, quote, just more of the same. As if a sequel to a game should be completely different than the game that it was a sequel to. This originated from a YouTube conversation that I had, and I have been very good about not instigating fights in YouTube comments because why would you do that?
Why?
And I didn't do that. What happened was, my guy SkillUp, he posted an impressions video, like a preview video about Spider-Man 2. A dude left a comment and said, "The hype is real. This is going to be one hell of an enjoyable platinum trophy, I'm sure." I replied and said, "Yeah, I generally do 2 to 3 platinum trophies a year. I haven't tried for one this year, but Spider-Man 2 will definitely scratch that itch. I platinumed the first Spider-Man game. I platinumed the Miles Morales game. I will absolutely be platinuming this game, and I'm very excited to do that thing." So my comment back to him was like, yeah, dude, this is going to be super fun. We're both really excited about getting this platinum trophy in this game we think we're going to enjoy. And then some other fucker comes in and goes, it's just the same game as the last two, though. To which I replied, more of something that was awesome sounds pretty okay to me. Also, have you never played a sequel before? And he says, here's another way of putting it. Pizza is awesome, but you wouldn't want pizza every single night.
To which I
mentally replied, what kind of analogy is that? But what I actually,
that guy in particular. Yes, I would like pizza every night. You don't fucking know me. What is his username?
So I replied, good thing no one is forcing me to play Spider-Man 2 every night. There are other video games. And also, it's been like 2 years since Miles Morales. And also, I absolutely would eat pizza every night. I'm not sure this analogy is working the way you intended. To which he replies, you don't need to be so triggered if someone has a different opinion. Because that is the response of the fool. You get fucking caught. Oh, you're just triggered. As if that means anything anymore. So I said, me disagreeing with you isn't me being triggered. You came into this thread with a comment that had nothing to do with the OP's post. You're just hating for no reason and adding nothing to the conversation. That is annoying. And then he didn't reply because he already used his only reply, which is that I was triggered.
Yeah.
So that interaction, I had to walk through that because shut the fuck up, people. No one gives a shit. We were talking about being excited to platinum this game. And he comes in effectively saying, you're stupid for being excited. You're wrong for wanting to play this game. And I'm going to leave that comment on a video about that game. Like, why are you watching the video? Like, literally, you only clicked on this video to leave a negative comment.
Yeah.
That's the only reason you did that. What kind of fucking miserable existence does this person lead?
Maybe they were laid off.
Maybe. You never know what someone
tie
else
it all
is
back
going through.
together.
Which, yeah, that and in reality, that is true. You never know what someone is going through. But also, I don't care what you're going through. That doesn't give you an excuse to take it out on someone. So even if that's what they're going through, fucking deal with it differently.
Look, I'm just saying, a CEO made you have that conversation. Is my point.
Yeah. So anyway, I just had to read through that because just shut up.
Yeah,
just
dude.
Up. Just keep it to yourself.
Yeah. Yep.
It is,
yep.
Dude. It is.
It's so easy. It's so easy.
You know what's easier than typing out and posting a negative comment?
Not doing it.
Doing nothing.
Like, not doing the thing.
Doing nothing is so fucking easy. You have no idea how easy it is to not do something.
Yeah, dude. I do nothing a lot of the time. Man, it's easy.
Oh, boy. So anyway, there's your hate of the week. We'll bring it back as I feel so inclined
okay.
to have that.
Yeah, keep me apprised of Mr. No Pizza.
Oh man,
like,
just the
what
argument.
The fuck?
Like making absolute nonsense arguments. Nonsense arguments.
You wouldn't eat pizza every night. You don't know me.
And also, what the fuck does that have to do with this?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you mean trash the surfboard and heave the za, bro? It's a whole new breed of turtles and they're fixated on fighting.
Man, it's a good thing they didn't make a sequel to that game because this dude would have hated it.
Yeah.
It's just the same game.
They're just still eating pizza. I like that that's the voice we gave him. It's
this dude, yeah. Well, what other voice would he have?
Loosely aggressive Patrick.
Yeah, what other voice would he have? This dude watched one NFL game when he was 12 and was like, never again. Why would I watch another football game? It's just the same game.
Okay, well, that I agree with.
So... Damn it. This analogy isn't going the way I thought it would.
Oh, no.
So there you go. Hate of the week. Hooray. Always fun. And again, fun rants. Let's have fun rants about shit that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Shit, in our opinion, matters. Not rants about real things, which I already made the mistake of doing.
Oops.
Okay. Let's do some emails, and then let's get the fuck out of here. Oh, wait. I should also say, before we get the fuck out of here, after we do emails, big announcement.
Big announcement.
Stick around. Hey, man, we are under time. We're going to get out of here around 4 hours. We're doing pretty good.
We might be out of here before the clock strikes midnight and I turn into a pumpkin.
That would be amazing. Yes. Because I am greatly craving a peanut butter and jelly sandwich right now.
Yeah.
All right, let's do some emails. First email comes from Connor. Subject line, NFL Spread Zone. Howdy.
That sounds dirty to me.
Yeah, no shit.
Sounds like football porn.
NFL Spread Zone is not a thing that exists. He was making a sex joke headline.
Well, it's not a sex joke. It's like a spread of food.
I think it also is a sex joke, given how he wraps up this email. I think it's multifaceted. Connor's a pretty deep guy. He's got lots of ideas. You know what?
That is true.
Yeah. But for the uninitiated, this is a pun on NFL Red Zone, which is a station that you can get through the NFL, or like a channel you can get through the NFL, which cuts to a game when a team is in the red zone, meaning they are between the 20-yard line and the end zone. So like scoring territory. It is an insane way to watch football. I got it for the first time this year. I can't watch the whole Sunday afternoon in that because it gives me information overload, because there are no commercials, which is amazing. But it's just like 4 hours of nonstop fucking football. And I have found that that's actually too much football for me.
Yeah.
I need some commercials. I need to be able to get up and pee and get some food. Speaking of food, Connor writes, howdy. Would love to know both of your ideal food spreads for a good football Saturday, Sunday, or Super Bowl. Do you prefer to order a bunch of stuff from different places? Do you prefer to cook some and then order some? Would love to hear an ideal food spread. Maybe give some good appetizers to have out, a main course to munch on all day, a dessert option, and some drinks as well. Also, shout out to Livy Dunn. I would watch her go to Disney World any day. You guys should try to do some content with her. Connor from Radiant Garden. I don't think that Livy Dunn would be interested in doing the podcast.
I wouldn't even go that far. I'm not interested in Livy Dunn doing the podcast, so it doesn't matter what Livy Dunn thinks, Shay.
Oh, yeah, that's absolutely the way it works. Because if you were interested, she would be interested. You are the one with the power here.
I'm not even giving her a chance to not be interested.
That's some straight incel mentality shit. I don't care if no girls want to have sex with me. I don't want to have sex with them first.
So it doesn't matter.
All right. Ideal food spreads. So, to make this more applicable to you, because it's not like you're going to have people over to watch football.
Yeah,
but like
board games, Dungeons and Dragons.
A board,
the real
you
sports.
nerd,
The
you
real
fucking
sports.
loser nerd. I'm a man. I might like video games, but I also like football, and that makes me a man.
Hey, you said it.
So I will generally say that I'm not cooking. I love people that want to have a bunch of people over and cook for them and make a big spread. I'm not going to do that. I don't get joy out of cooking for other people in that way. I'm a selfish person. What I want to do is spend money to have a bunch of good food delivered to my house.
Yeah.
So I have two go-tos. The first go-to is when it's me. If I don't need a party in order to have a food spread. If it's just me watching football, I'm going all out and spending like $60 getting, 10 different variety of Buffalo Wild Wings, boneless wings.
Nice.
I'm getting like the 60 pack because my wife will eat some. And I'm getting a bunch of different flavors. I'm getting the potato wedges with cheddar jack cheese on top. I might throw in like some of their like buffalo tacos or something if I'm feeling a little adventurous. But generally, it's just wings. I've got my own soda. I'm drinking soda. I'm not a big beer drinker, especially in the middle of the afternoon. I don't want to do that. If it's a Sunday night game, I'll pop open a beer or whatever. But I'm gonna drink some Mountain Dew or Coke or whatever it is. I'm also not big on. I guess I don't eat a lot of like desserts in the middle of the day, like prepared desserts. I'll have some like, I'll pop open a Reese's just to like celebrate a touchdown, but I'm not gonna like make brownies or something like that. If I have people over, it's pizza. We got a couple of good local spots. We got a Mellow Mushroom. We got the Peace, Love, and Pizza that I mentioned last episode is like a good local pizza place if I want to spend a little bit more money. But I'm going to get, 2 or 3 pies. Like if my my in-laws are coming and my sister-in-law, like a small group like that, I'll get 2 or 3 pies. We'll get some wings as well, some bone-in wings. And that's a good time too. But yeah, I'm buying food. I'm not making anything.
Yeah, I totally not making anything. I'm going to follow Connor's kind of layout here, like the appetizers, a main course for munching all day, a dessert, and some drinks. So if I'm having a bunch of people over, like appetizers, like the classic veggie and fruit trays, like you can never go wrong there. Like that's just good finger food. But a buffalo chicken dip, I have a friend who makes a fucking mean buffalo chicken dip. I also have a friend who makes incredible guac. So like some like Tostitos scoops and some guac. Yep. And the scoops also with the buffalo chicken dip, because as we all know, a chip is just a vessel for delivering, whatever condiment that you're putting on top of it. So that would probably be appetizer. Yeah, so guacamole, buffalo chicken dip, and fruit and veggie trays. Then main course to munch on all day. Pizza's the safe option, because if you're going to munch on all day, you want something that has staying power. And pizza is good all day.
Yes, it's good hot. It's good lukewarm after it's been sitting there for an hour. It's good cold later that night.
It's okay to reheat on the same day.
Absolutely.
Like, totally, pizza's just a good safe choice for an extended period of time.
My hot take, I would eat pizza every day,
Yeah. You know what? I think I would too. A dessert option, I find it hard to go wrong with some really moist brownies.
Sure.
Those are a heavier dessert option. They tend to be pretty rich. So if you want something lighter, Rice Krispie treats, like chocolate covered Rice Krispie treats, or the LSD squares, which are Fruity Pebble Rice Krispie treats.
I don't know that I would call the like chocolate covered Rice Krispie squares lighter. Like they've got peanut butter in there and
than
marshmallow.
A brownie.
I guess, but if you're making them right, those are pretty hefty as well.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. And then, so actually, I have all the ingredients to make those Fruity Pebble Rice Krispie squares. That's probably going to happen tomorrow, and now I'm excited. That would probably be the desserts, like something in a pan that you bake that can come out and easily divisible for a bunch of people. That would probably be my go-to for a dessert. And then drinks, I would do some sort of like kombucha or sangria, something like a blend of, probably sangria, honestly, would be my go-to for like a communal drink. Just throw a bunch of fruit and some wine and cider and other stuff in there, or whatever the recipe you want to pick out of a hat is. And then for me, I like Yingling. I like Blue Moon. Those would probably be my go-to beers if I'm doing beer. Otherwise, I only have like one wine that I like. And I don't drink that often anyways. So if it's not going to be one of those 2 beers, it'd probably be a soda. Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess I didn't talk appetizer, but I'm kind of with you. I feel like most frequently we'll do like a chip and dip, like a couple different dips. We'll do a salsa and a guac.
Yeah.
Maybe a queso, like a more like the Mexican style types of dips. But yeah, that's generally what we do for like the finger foods.
Right.
But yeah, I'm really hungry. Okay, moving on. Not emails, but I was texting with my buddy Ben, and he it's like every week he'll like text me some like thought experiment thing about video games, like the state of the industry stuff, just because it's fun conversation. And I was like, I feel like maybe I should be dropping these into the podcast because I would love Kyle's thoughts. And it's just, again, it's good conversation. So he specifically were like, here's, he texted me one, and then I said, I was like, I'm going to read that on the podcast. And he goes, oh, well, then here's another one too. So two texts from my buddy Ben. So first, how do you feel about game reviewers / industry people who don't give a value judgment on games? Like they don't consider the $70 price tag when recommending something, for example. I'll let you answer this first.
Okay. I don't think it matters because that's too subjective. You have no way of knowing how the person reading the review is going to value money, and your own personal value of whatever the cost is probably not going to be that relevant to whatever their value is because that is so individual. So I think a reviewer, people in the industry, like their job is to give impression on the quality of the product. When it comes to cost, unless it's some like weird, crazy standout, like this thing's like $100 for this special edition, whatever, and it's total bullshit. Or like, hey, this thing's only $5 and it's incredible. Like, so when it comes to extremes, sure. But general experiences, I don't think it's very relevant because if someone's interested in a thing, they're gonna listen to the reasons why you're excited about it, make their own kind of judgment on it, then go to buy it or look at it, see what it costs, and then make the call themselves. Like, you're never... I just don't think... I guess I don't see the value in giving a value judgment in that realm, except for those edge cases that I mentioned.
Yeah, I generally agree. I think, and what I said back to him was pretty similar to what you had said around it's so subjective. And, this example, the $70 price tag, $70 means different things to different people. It means different things in different countries. Like, poor people in Australia are paying such a premium for games.
Yeah.
The cost is, a much bigger factor in what they choose to play and how. This question came up from watching a review of Immortals of Aveum, and the reviewer was basically talking about like, this is a perfect game if you're looking for a breather in between like Baldur's Gate and Starfield. It's $70, but like, it's a short experience, but if that's the kind of thing that you want, it's worth that, worth that investment or whatever it might be. It wasn't a specific value judgment based upon the cost, but I know Ben's reaction was like, but the game's $70. It being like a throwaway sort of easy palate cleanser, like that's not worth $70. And that's a totally valid response to that.
Yeah.
My thing is like, that's not up to the reviewer to make that decision for you.
Right.
And to like make up your mind for you on what your money is worth. I generally have come down on like, I want to talk about games in like is it worth the time investment? I don't even want to say like, is it worth your time? Because time is also a commodity that is worth different things to different people.
Yeah.
Some people might, play video games when they're supposed to be working and live with a partner who also plays a lot of video games and doesn't ever leave the house and generally, plays video games as 90% of their free time. That could be how someone chooses to lead their lives. On the other hand, there could be someone... It's possible. On the other hand, there could be someone with 2 kids, with a wife that isn't into video games. And so when you spend time with your wife, you're doing things that are not video games. And so your gaming time is much more stringent, where you feel like you need to maximize every ounce of gaming time you have, to the point where you barely have fun playing video games anymore. Because while you're playing a game, you're thinking, wow, I only have 2 hours to play this week. Is this the thing I want to be doing? That could be how someone else experiences video games. May or may not be talking about myself.
Sounds like you're also talking about me.
Yeah. So, point being, even the concept of like time investment in a game is so subjective.
Yeah.
Not even to mention like a game like Starfield. Someone could approach Starfield and put 200 hours into it. Someone could approach Starfield and put in 45 hours to it. Is the person that spent 200 hours, does that mean it was worth $70? And the person that spent 45 means it isn't worth $70? Like, you can't really make that, like, minute per dollar the way that a lot of people do with, like, movies, for example.
Yeah, people really try to do that stuff.
The experience of watching a movie is the same for everyone. What you get out of it, how you feel about it, is totally subjective.
Right.
But the act of watching a movie is literally the same for everybody. That is not true of video games. The way that we engage, how long it takes us to engage and finish something, the choices that we make, the things that we like, it's all totally subjective. And so, to me, call it a review or a recommendation or whatever you want. This is why I always hated having scores, because there's so much subjectivity built in.
Yeah.
But like, that's what I want out of a review, is analyzing the critical components of a game. Are they successful or not at what they attempted to do, and, you know, against the other competitors in the genre, and a general sense of, like, is the time investment this game requires worth it? Not is your time worth it, but the time the game expects of you. Is that worth it, in my personal opinion? That's the framing I like to put around it. I also say there's a great reviewer on YouTube, ACG. He does a lot of really good, like, in-depth reviews, and he kind of scores his games on a buy, wait for a sale, buy, rent, wait for a sale, or, like, avoid kind of scale. And I like that as sort of a middle ground, because it's not about, is this worth $70 or not? It's more about, is it worth the price they're asking right now? Because if it isn't, wait for the sale, and then it might be more worth your time in that context. And I think that's a decent way to kind of split the difference between what Ben is talking about and kind of where we're sitting. So,
sure. Point
being, I think there's a ton of subjectivity. I don't think I don't think it's wrong for someone to say, this game isn't worth $70, don't pay $70 for this. We have probably done that in passing. But, like, I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that. That's just not how I approach talking about whether or not a game is good, or whether or not I recommend it.
Yeah, I don't think statements like that are all that valuable.
Yes, agreed. For everybody. It might be valuable for one specific person who is similar to you, but yeah, generally no.
Right.
Cool. Second question from Ben. What are your thoughts on Cyberpunk's rehabilitation campaign recently? Do they deserve credit for fixing a mess they made 3 years later? Not to mention stealing people's money for a crap product. Think you can, infer where Ben comes down on this.
A little bit of editorializing in there.
I mean, it's his question. I'll say no. You go first, because I already had this conversation with him.
Okay. Yeah. I don't think this really applies to me, because I have liked Cyberpunk from the beginning. So for me, it's not a, like, rehabilitation campaign. It's not like a comeback for me. I realize it is for other people.
I think the question is more about CD Projekt Red is framing this as a comeback story, as a we fixed the game. And people are responding by saying, wow, awesome, great job, thanks for fixing it. That is what the question is. Is it both fair for CD Projekt Red to use them fixing the game as a marketing message? And is it fair for people to congratulate CD Projekt Red for fixing a game that launched in such a poor state? Not how you feel about the game at launch, but the sort of societal context that has been put. Do you feel like those are fair things?
Yeah, it's the No Man's Sky question. I think it's all fair, right? Like, they worked really hard on it before it came out, and people were disappointed in it. And they worked really hard on it since then, and so yeah, they're going to take that effort and capitalize on it through marketing, and because they want people to look at all the hard work that they've put in over the past 3 years, and not let people walk around with a misconception that the game is still broken for them or whatever. And it's also fair for people to be excited by that. I think, it doesn't erase because it's not like CD Projekt Red is erasing the past through their marketing. They're explicitly doing the opposite, right? They're saying, hey, we know it was this way, but now it's this way. And so there's no erasure happening there. And so the public, I think, if there was erasure, the public would be bringing that up, and that would be part of the narrative of the public's reaction. But since CD Projekt Red recognizes that and makes it part of their narrative, the public doesn't have to address that. The public doesn't feel the need to go like, but remember how bad it was before, because CD Projekt Red's already saying it. So now the public can just be like, hey, yes, nice job on doing the thing. This is now where we want it, or whatever. I know where the question comes from, because the question comes from a place where it's like, do we let game studios get away with putting out crap products on purpose and then making good on them over time
so we just forgive them and move on?
Exactly. So I understand where the question comes from. However, people who make games are not like that. They just aren't. Games are art, and
publishers are like that, though.
Yeah, but
the business people,
whatever,
the finance people.
Yeah, but
the people making all the money.
Yeah, but those, I just feel like that's not the kind of people that we're talking about, and those people aren't actually part of the fucking industry, so I don't think they count. So they don't count in this conversation, right? Because the conversation happens between the developers who made the game and the people who play the game, and the publishers. They are part of the mechanism that release it or make it available, but they're not part of that back and forth.
That's not true at all, though, because the marketing department is not part of the development process. Like, the people touting this message are not the developers, and the people primarily profiting from Cyberpunk and its DLC are not the developers either. That is the publisher. Those are the people at the top that are not making creative decisions. I think idealistically, I'm 100% with you when it comes to like a developer direct to a consumer, because, and I said this to Ben, like, most of the time when a game comes out and it is broken, like Cyberpunk, that is not the fault of the people doing most of the work. That isn't always the case, but a lot of times that is the case. It is not their fault. That is not, the developers should not be at fault for a game launching in a shitty state, because the developers know that it's in a shitty state.
Yeah.
I'm sure they've brought up many times that it's in a shitty state. It's not ready to launch yet. They don't have the power to make that decision. So it's unfair to hold them to that standard when we should be holding the creative director, the publisher, and all the finance people. They're the ones making those decisions. Unfortunately, there isn't that level of nuance in this type of conversation, because we're talking about like profiting from a product in this way. I 100% agree with you that, or I should say, I think that there is nuance in this, as with most things. I agree with you that we should be glad that they put in the work to fix the game. And it's worth noting, like, the 2.0 launch, you don't have to buy Phantom Liberty to get access to that.
Right.
Has it been a long-ass time? Yeah. Did they make a fuck ton of money launching a game that there is no universe where it should have been? Like Sony took it down from the storefront, which they have never done before.
Yeah.
Like, it is maybe the most broken launch of any video game in the history of video games. That, to me, it's not like it's unforgivable. I don't believe in that. That's part of my faith. But like, as in the broad strokes, to me, it is worth being happy that they fixed it. It is worth saying good job for fixing it. Yeah. It is worth saying thank you for fixing it. Not just because they did put in hard work, the developers did, to fix it, but also because we should celebrate companies investing their time and resources to fixing a shitty product and not just moving on to the next shitty product. Because if that's all we did, if we didn't give people any credit for fixing their mistakes, quote unquote, they never would fix them. Right. It's already hard enough to convince companies to give a shit after a thing has launched and they stop making money from it. That's already tough.
Yeah.
So it's part of it's like a, yeah, exactly. 100%. Like haven't they already said that like we're done patching that game, even though they grandstand like, oh, we're committed to making it a success, and no, they're fucking not.
Yeah.
But I also think the other side of it is true, in that we shouldn't just like, oh, thanks for fixing it, everything's great, I'm going to pre-order the next CD Projekt Red game, right? Like, they should have to prove it. Like, I am not going to just move on and be super hyped about Witcher 4 or whatever their next thing that they release is. I'm going to wait, and I'm going to see what it's like, and if they fucking did what they were supposed to do. And that's what I think a rational reaction to this should be. That would be true if they fixed the game or not. I would not purchase it day one or whatever it might be. The fact that they fixed the existing game doesn't give me enough goodwill to forget that they did that. That, I think, is a problem, because I see a lot of people that are doing that, where the reaction is like, hey, they made good, we're good, man. You guys did a great job, everything's fine. And that, I think, is unhealthy, like, fanboyism. Because that, again, that's not holding them accountable. That's giving them a pass. And if you give them a pass, it will continue to happen. You have to hold them accountable. And for me, the accountability is, I'm not going to pre-order your next game. I'm going to wait and see what happens. And if it launches okay, then I'll be excited about it. And that I think is a rational reaction to it.
Yeah, sure.
I'm not going to say, like, no, I'm never buying another CD Projekt Red game because they launched this game in a poor state. If the next game launches in a poor state, I might react that way. But not off of one example. This is also super specific to Cyberpunk. Like, there are a million examples that I come down differently on based upon the history of the studio or the type of game it is, if it's a sequel or not. Like, it's way less forgivable when it's a sequel and if it comes out broken. Like, there's a ton of nuance. But specific to Cyberpunk, I think that some people are going overboard and being, like, rah-rah about them fixing the game. But I also don't think it's fair to just write it off completely and to say, who cares if they fixed it? It should have worked day one. Like, yeah, duh. It should have worked day one. But
right.
Would you have been happier if they would have just given up on it? And said, sorry, thanks for your money.
Yeah,
like, that's not a better solution.
I don't understand.
Yeah. Cool. Thanks for the questions, Ben. Text me any other questions, and we'll talk about it. I love having these kind of conversations about this stuff. I love the stupid conversations too, like what food would we have at a Super Bowl party. But I love the excuse to analyze the industry a little bit. It's fun. All right. Before we wrap up, the moment everyone's been waiting for. Kyle, this came from your brain. I'll let you reveal this big announcement that I cannot oversell this. It's the biggest thing that has ever happened to this podcast.
Okay. We launching a new podcast this month.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, remember when we used to do podcasts every 2 weeks?
I do remember that.
It's like
it was hard.
Yeah. It's like we're doing that again. Edit. It's almost like we're doing that again, but
oh man,
a little different. So we value this podcast and this time that we spend together at the Shea Hates Everything Podcast family of podcasts, which I get to say now. But every month is the right cadence for you and I for a long form podcast like this, where we talk about our gaming habits, we break down a little bit of the news. This is the right cadence for our life. However,
yes,
I realize that might not be the right cadence for our listeners. They might be craving more of our stupid faces and voices. Mostly voices, because it's a podcast.
But you could look at the little picture.
That's true.
You could just stare at it for 4.5 hours.
Very old drawing renderings of our faces.
No, that's exactly what I look like now.
That's not what I look like. Yeah, I have glasses now. That's the only thing that's changed.
I'm more dead in the eyes because I have kids now.
I'm fat. So we decided to go back to a cadence of every other week. But we're not going to be doing the regular Shea Hates Everything podcast. We're doing something more fun, crazier, wilder than you could possibly imagine. And that's a brand new series of podcasts in the Shea Hates Everything podcast family titled Games That Suck and Games That Don't Suck, which is very on brand for this family of podcasts. Let me tell you a little bit about Games That Suck and Games That Don't Suck. This is a podcast retrospective. We're going back in time, hopping in a DeLorean, going back in time with Doc to... I don't really know that much about Back to the Future. Hoverboards.
That was Back to the Future 2.
Is it Marty?
Yes, Marty McFly.
Marty. We gotta go back. We gotta go back.
No, that would be Doc that says that, but yes.
Look, anyways, we're talking about old video games, and you can guess by the name what we do with each podcast. In Games That Suck, we talk about the bottom 3 video games that released in that year. And Games That Don't Suck, we talk about the top 5 video games that released that year. And it's Shea and I coming to the podcast with a list. We talk about all the games, we whittle them down, we argue about which ones should be in the bottom 3 or the top 5, and then we order them at the end. And we have the same brain, we never differ on opinions, so it goes completely smoothly, and there's no argument.
Right.
And the most exciting part about this announcement is that our first episode, Games That Suck 1995, will be posting the third Monday of this month, which is, looking at the calendar, the 16th of October, just 2 weeks from today. And that's going to be our cadence. So the first Monday of every month is the Shea Hates Everything podcast. The third Monday of every month is alternating Games That Suck and Games That Don't Suck of every year, proceeding on through the timeline of video games until eventually we catch up to present day, but we'll probably both be dead by then, so who knows?
Probably. We probably all will be dead by then.
So October's episode is Games That Suck 1995. November's episode will be Games That Don't Suck 1995. And then December we'll move on to Games That Suck in 96, so on and so forth, thusly until the end of time.
Until the end of time.
Yes.
Yeah, man. I'm super excited. We already recorded the first episode, Games That Suck 1995, as Kyle mentioned. It was very fun.
Yes.
This is going to be a really fun series. The episodes are
shorter.
Well, the first one was shorter. I don't want to promise they will be shorter. These will not be 4 hour. I think the first one was like an hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah, it was a good...
These will not be 4 hour podcasts.
It was a good length for what it is.
Yeah, so those looking for a little bit more digestible content, just to fill, the off weeks while you're waiting for the big doozy on the first Monday, this is perfect for you. It's going to be a really fun time, and not only fun for us to argue about bad games, which is just the biggest waste of time ever, but just to look back on games from these old eras, and even once we get to newer years, just to have the conversations about our differing opinions. Already in the first episode is a little spoiler. Kyle has games on his Game That Suck list that I had included on Games That Don't Suck list. So we are coming from different places on a lot of video games, and that will be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And just an editing note, little, how the sauce is made. Shea edits these episodes of the Shea Hates Everything podcast. I will be editing the Games That Suck and Games That Don't Suck podcast episodes to share the load, as Samwise Gamgee would say.
Not editing, because who cares, but you're also hosting that podcast.
Yes, editing and hosting, yeah.
I get to be the fun color commentary guy,
True.
You get to be on this podcast. All of the pressure's off of me. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
We should make those ones longer. And this one shorter.
Oh, fuck you.
Let's do a top 20.
The bottom 100 of every year.
Also, there were a lot of video games that released in 1995.
Yeah.
Way more than I would have guessed.
Way more than you would think. Way more.
Oh, man. So, yeah, look forward to that on October 16th of this month and mid-November next month as well. Good times. Great idea. Super fun. And, yes, we talked a little bit about, does it make sense to make this one bi-weekly again? Just because it's so long, there's so much content. But, no, the monthly is perfect. We like the long podcast. It gives us enough time to play a bunch of things to talk about.
Yeah.
So this is a perfect compromise to keep the podcast game strong. So that's why at the top I referenced this as our flagship podcast.
That's right.
In the Shea Hates Everything family of podcasts, with the little sister and little brother podcasts, Games That Suck and Games That Don't Suck. So that'll be a good time. What do you say we wrap this up? We can talk about stuff that we don't hate. I don't hate talking about video games with people I respect. Aw. Like talking about, Ben's questions, even referencing back to the Games That Suck pod that we did that'll be launching. It's just fun to talk about video games with people that I like, whose opinions I care about, not like anti-pizza man, on the internet.
Yeah, what's that like?
That was a good one.
Thank you. I read that earlier, what you'd written down. I had that in the chamber. You went on a lot longer than I thought you would. I was gonna snipe you with it right away, but
you went on a lot longer than I thought you would. Could be the subtitle of this podcast.
That's pretty good. Oh man. Well, hey, my name's Kyle. Today I don't hate all these games coming out.
Yeah.
There are video games releasing.
That's true.
It's like it's 1995 all over again.
Some absolute bangers.
Yeah. We got a new Gex up in here?
Oh boy. It is crazy. I do feel like this month is the heaviest release month of the year. There's definitely stuff. There's stuff in November, and there's like a couple of games like Avatar in December, but October is the month.
Yeah.
Which is like weird. It feels like November usually is the month. But
yeah.
It's definitely October this year.
Big time.
Awesome. Well, that's the podcast, everyone. I hope you enjoyed. As I mentioned, just to wrap it up here, send us your emails, info@sheahateseverything.com. Write us about whatever you want, except Disney World. If you want to write us in about Cocoon, if you check it out, absolutely do that. If you want to write us in an email once you listen to our Games That Suck pod, absolutely do that. We would love your feedback. I get also technical note that will still be in the same feed. It's still in the same podcast. You don't need to subscribe to a new thing. You're sticking on the Shea Hates Everything feed, which you should subscribe if you're not. Mm-hmm. You should leave us a rating if you haven't. You should leave us a review if you haven't. We would greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, the one person who listens on that Sprint thing.
Oh, the Samsung.
Yeah, the Samsung podcast. Yeah. Where's the review there, huh?
I haven't checked lately. I don't know if they're still listening. They did listen the next month, but then maybe they got too pissed off. So
from us shitting on
them. But yeah, that's the end of the pod. Thank you everybody so much for listening. Have a great rest of your month. Peace out.